regional stations. Good morning. Please stand by for coverage. We're going to come to you in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Well, good morning and welcome to the Central Broad Regional Park where the West Indies are taking on India in what will be the fourth gold medal T20 match. The crowd building up at the moment. We're told that it's sold out for today and there are a number of people outside still waiting to come in. At the moment, though, there is no action. At least there has been a delayed, no explanation coming yet from the authorities as to why the toss has been delayed. The players are out there. They are going through their paces. They're running up and down in the outfield. It tells me the outfield is good. And they are also still, the West Indies fast bowlers are using the pitch adjoining to where the action will take place. The heavy roller is on and work is still going on the pitch out there. So there has been a delay at the toss. That's the latest we can give you. Let me turn over to a man who is not a heavy roller in terms of his size, but he's looking on. He has been looking on at all the action this morning. He has been in here since around 7 a.m. at the Central Broad Regional Park, and that's Nilesh Mehta. Good morning, Nilesh. How are you?
Good morning, Vinod. Good morning to all the listeners on Cricket 360. We are here at this lovely venue, Vinod, at the Broward County Stadium, where there is a cloud cover which seems to be passing. We had a shower about 2.5 hours ago. That kind of dissipated rather quickly. But at the moment, as Vinod mentioned, we don't have any word on exactly when the toss will be occurring. The crowd is certainly building. It's not to full capacity, but I would certainly expect a full house.
Yeah, well, information coming from CWI is that it's a sold-out crowd for today. One issue, though, at the Central Broad Regional Park, with that one entry coming into the ground, it's making it difficult. We are getting information that there is traffic that has been built up all along the 441 State Road 7 as well to the west of us. A lot of traffic, people trying to come into the ground. And at the moment, they're not missing anything. So it's probably a blessing in disguise. The game hasn't started as yet. Otherwise, those fans outside will be very, very anxious. But it's great. It's a great day for cricket here in America. It's a good spectacle. It's a good promotion for the sport in North America.
Yeah, I was just walking around the stands and ran into some fans, very ardent cricket fans, I might add.
Fans of India or West Indies or fans of you, sir?
The fans of Team India. My only fan is sitting to the right of me, the inimitable voice of Mr. Vinod Mamchan. But getting back to the crowd, Vinod, I was talking to some fans here, and they have come in large numbers from Atlanta, from Pennsylvania, of course, the local Florida crowd. There's a big contingent crowd from New Jersey. And as we see the West Indies team gathering in a circle, the crowd is continuing to build, and the sun is shining rather brightly at the Broward County Stadium, Vinod.
Well, this morning I met a guy just outside the ground at the Performing Arts Center, which is a part of the setup here at Central Broad. And he was telling me that 4 flights from New Jersey were cancelled because of bad weather. And it means that he was trying to sell away 120 tickets.
Oh, goodness. And I'm sure he will be able to find 120 buyers. You and I were not among them because we got in quite early.
We scaled the fence. So we're in here at the moment. Roddy Lalman, our technical guru, was the first man to scale the fence, and he broke it down. So we were able to run in. So at the moment, you're not missing any action. They're still attending to the pitch. So pretty soon we should have the toss. In the interim, we turn you back to all the local stations across the Caribbean.
Yeah, I think I got the voice at the
Normally, well, that's like a mixed minus where you would hear the other person and not yourself, right? But we'll make it.
No, bro. You okay, things.
traveling on the last minute is a kind of with equipment. I took here now. I need to bring everything in a carry on it.
So what do you find it?
Dallas.
Shit.
I just finished up for the tournament in Dallas. I was in Houston.
Mm.
Well, you know what I'm saying? Like, between Florida, Atlanta, and Houston, right? For my so I rotated, right?
So where your next gig is?
Either Atlanta or New Jersey, right? For the playoffs. And then Boswell
So how do you find out?
Yeah. So now we are, I think, because I was in Houston for a whole week, I did all the MLCU tournament and into.
Yeah.
And then from there I went Dallas to do a private tournament for 4 days.
Okay.
We do 3 games a day, which I tell them I do in a game. Or you do I want to cover it too, because 3 games is hard.
Boy.
Yeah. And 4 days on 2 rounds. 2 rounds was back to back. So back to one in with the round. I want cameraman here, one cameraman there. And one
Same
competitors
time?
we do all the 10 pieces. So yeah, same time.
Wow.
It's 50 years. At the end, we put we
just an update for all our stations across the region and the world that we are going to get a start at 11:15. So we will be back with you at 11:10 as we head into the game. So again, just to repeat, the match starts at 11:15. I will be back with you at 11:10.
good, my baritone voice.
Ready? Regional stations, we are coming to you in 10, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Well, good morning again for the second time. And the news here at the Central Broad Regional Park is that the West Indies, they've won the toss. And with the game getting on at 11:15, they have decided to bowl first. There was a delay this morning because of a wet outfield. And they have not reduced the overs. So it means that we're still going to get a 20-over affair. The ground is near capacity. And probably half of the people that you see inside, they are currently outside that number trying to get in. So it's quite a spectacle here at the Central Broad Regional Park. Joining me again for the second time this morning is Dr. Nilesh Mehta. Good morning, Doc. How are you?
Good morning to all the listeners on Cricket 360. I see a sea of blue here in the stadium, but the sea of blue right now are a lot of the blue seats,
Yeah, a lot of fans, a number of fans outside. I'll tell you something, it's very hot and humid here at Central Broad. And as I said before, Nicholas Puran winning the toss, deciding to bowl first. And the West Indies going into this game unchanged. And Nilesh Mehta, he has the Indian team.
Well, the Indian team has made 3 changes. Ravi Bishnoi, Sanju Samson and Akshar Patel come in the team, replacing Hardik Pandya, Shreyas Iyer and Ravichandran Ashwin. So the team composition is going to be Rohit Sharma, Rishabh Pant, Sanju Samson, Surya Kumar Yadav, Deepak Huda, Dinesh Karthik, Akshar Patel, Avesh Khan, Bhuvi, Ravi Bishnoi and Arshdeep Singh.
Arshdeep Singh has had a good series. It's no surprise that they're persisting with him. And of course, we look forward to all the great action here at the Central Broad Regional Park. It's quite a spectacle, Nilesh. A number of temporary stands put in place. And I tell you something, this is going to be a tremendous day for cricket here. The weather, it's now fine. It's humid. Players will have to contend with that. But I'm sure that that would not be an issue. So the West Indies, Myers, King, Puran, Hetmyer, Thomas, Powell, Holder, Drakes, Akil Hussain, Alzari Joseph, and the real McCoy, Obed Mccoy.
Yes, he had a tremendous game, the last game, and of course put up some brilliant figures. As I see Rohit Sharma and his teammates getting ready in the huddle there on this right side where we sit, and the men in maroon in their own circle through the last-minute discussions about their plans and strategies for this rather must-win 4th T20 International between India and the West Indies, because India currently leads the series 2-1, and a West Indies win would make this 2-2 affair, which would make tomorrow's match all the more meaningful, Vinod.
Yeah, well, every match is meaningful now in international cricket with the points available and for qualification for the different world events. And no one is taking anything lightly at the moment. So the West Indies, they are out there in their maroon, and they are walking into a sea of blue. Couple of the fans, the sea of blue is dotted by maroon jerseys, and I'm sure that the West Indian fans will want to make their presence felt in and amongst a game that is looking as if it's taking place at the Wankhede Stadium in Mumbai.
I have had to use my binoculars to find the maroon color. The blue is very obvious to the naked eye.
Yeah, so it's going to be Surya Kumar Yadav, a man who averages 38, and Rohit Sharma, who's going to open the batting for the Indian team. Sharma, who averages 32, he has scored 3,454 runs in 132 matches, T20 matches. That is for India. Opening the bowling is the Trinidad and Tobago player Akil Hussain, and he has played 27 matches, 20 wickets at a good economy rate of 6.91. He has had a good series so far.
He certainly has, and I had an opportunity to speak to Akil Hussain during a meet and greet, and what a well-grounded individual he is. And the West Indies players taking a knee at the moment, along with both the umpires.
Yeah, as is customary, taking the knee, and that is over with now. The action is going to get going. It's going to be Akil Hussain to take up the attack from the far end, and he is going to bowl to the Indian captain, Rohit Sharma, the West Indies player, just leaving the edge of the boundary line. That's the reserve players and, of course, the management team, and going back into their dugout, so to speak. And the Indian dugout is on, to the right of us. So, we're about to get the action going. And remember, we're live here, this Cricket 360 production from Lauderhill in Florida. It's a lovely venue. This is the capital of cricket here in America. Here's Akil Hussain round the wicket. He bowls to Sharma. This one just spinning and turning away. Sharma pushes it to cover, and there is no run.
Rohit Sharma now facing his second delivery, donning jersey number 45. Lots of numbers were taken, and Rohit asked his mother, which number should I take? Mom said take 45. So there you go, Vinod.
Well, still has that connection with his mom. Here's a delivery that's pitched up and worked away nicely by Sharma. He gets a single, and India off and running, and that's the first roar you get here from the Indian fans at the Central Broad Regional Park. So it's one without loss.
Akil trying to set the field again and having the fielder on the mid-wicket side go a bit deeper and just outside the circle. Now the fielder at mid-wicket is going all the way to the fence, and there are 1, 2, 3, 4 fielders on the onside, as Akil Hussain is going to come in left arm around the wicket to Surya Kumar Yadav.
So it's one without loss at the moment. We want to say good morning again to all our listeners all across the world. It's Akil Hussain tossing the ball from hand to hand. Number 21 on his back. Here he is round the wicket. He's into Yadav, and this is too straight. Yadav works it away on the onside, and he is going to get 1. So that takes the score now to 2 without loss.
Yeah, Surya Kumar Yadav, the only Indian to make a T20 debut, with a 6. He is known as a bold player, and he is a very aggressive 360 style player as Akil comes in, left arm around the wicket.
As we've seen again from the far end, he's in the bowls and driving nicely is Sharma, and he will get 1. So that's 1 more, and that takes the score on now to, in fact, 2. So it's 4 without loss.
The free flow of the bat of Rohit Sharma is a treat to watch, and as more deliveries he faces and the more confidence he gets, if Rohit Sharma gets going, watch out, Lauderhill, Florida.
Hussain, just some fans at the southern end walking in front of the side screen, the northern end, sorry. Here's Hussain round the wicket. He comes in and bowls. That's short. Cut away, fine for 4. Bad delivery there, and it deserved the punishment it got. 8 without loss.
On that one, waited for the ball to come in and cut it beautifully past point, and it raced away for 4 near the VVIP stand here at the Broward County Stadium, as he got a huge cheer from a highly partisan Indian crowd.
So, a very classy player, Rohit Sharma. Had he not been a human being, he would have been a secondary school with all the class that he has. Here is Sharma. He's in. That's Hussain. That's straighter. That's better. Push back to him. At the end of over number 1, it's 8 without loss.
Yes, this is a game all about dot balls, isn't it? 4s and 6s, of course, count, but once you try and limit the number of dot balls is an important ingredient to success, as most teams now analyze the game so scientifically, trying to figure out who to bowl, left arm bowlers, right arm bowlers, around the wicket, over the wicket. So many permutations, combinations are being studied.
Well, I know last night you had a discussion with one of the best analyst who would have passed through the West Indies system, and that was Richard Berridge. You had a long discussion with him last night. It's going to be Dominic Drakes, and he would have been able to give you some very important tidbits. So it's Drakes. 8 matches, 4 wickets, an economy that he would like to improve on. At the moment, it's 10.29. So, the left-hander Drakes, of course, the son of Vasper Drakes, a former West Indies player and coach, women's coach. Here is Drakes. He leans forward and runs away from us. Goes past the umpire now, bowls a delivery that is just short of a length, and played away down to mid-on. There is no run.
Yeah, that went straight to the fielder as Surya Kumar was trying to tuck it away towards mid-wicket in the gap, but rather found the fielder, and there was no run. India 8 for no loss after 1.1 overs. Drakes to bowl his second ball from the pavilion end.
So the crowd building up here. Remember, it has been sold out for today. A number of them outside. Drakes with the number 69 on his back comes in, and this is pushed away through the offside. That's 1. So 1 to Yadav. He goes on now to 9. Sorry, the score goes to 9, and Yadav is on 2.
Yeah, Rohit and Surya Kumar Yadav, this opening pair has done quite well. And of course, with the World Cup coming up in Australia, and of course with KL Rahul being out, Surya Kumar Yadav has been promoted to the opening slot along with skipper Rohit Sharma, as Drakes is beginning his run-up from the pavilion end.
Well, he's just outside the 30-yard circle. He's taking his time to settle here, Sharma. He's not going to be rushed. The wind picking up nicely now from the east. Here is Drakes. He's up to the wicket, bowls him. He pushes it to cover. Puran is there, and there is no run.
9 for no loss. Rohit on 7 and Surya Kumar Yadav on 2. Of course, Nicholas Puran won the toss and decided to put India into bat.
Good decision, Doc.
I'm not sure, because I think I would have thought that bat first after winning the toss would have been my choice. But
here is Drakes up to the wicket now. He bowls and he's advancing down the track. That's 4. That's one way to unsettle him. And Rohit Sharma, unfussed, just drives it down the ground for 4. That takes the score to 13 without loss.
yes, danced down the track and straight over the mid-off area and raced away to the fence. Lovely stroke, lovely flow of the hand, good balance displayed by Rohit Sharma, and excellent stroke, fetching him 4 runs as the ball comes towards us. Dominic Drakes tries.
There's Drakes. He comes in again and bowls. He's driving, and this time it comes back into him. It goes into the onside, and they take a single. That went to mid-on. So that takes the score now to 14 without loss. That one tailing back into him.
I think the key for the West Indies is to try and get wickets early. And if they can get wickets, they can have the possibility of slowing the run rates down. But Indian batting is very strong. So even if a wicket falls, the next one...
the umpire now bowls, and this is a good delivery. Just angling across the right-handed Surya Kumar Yadav. It's the end of over number 2. At the end of over number 2, the latest score at the Central Broad Regional Park, India sent into bat by the West Indies. They are 14 without loss.
Rohit Sharma on 12. We just saw that excellent stroke over mid-off that raced away to the boundary for 4. He is batting very confidently. Surya Kumar Yadav has faced 4 deliveries so far for his 2 runs. Once Surya Kumar Yadav gets going, he is the proper 360 player, Vinod. And watch out for that scoop shot over mid-wicket, where the big scoreboard is at the Broward County Stadium here.
Well, before he looks out for that, he has to watch out, because the man coming into the attack now is Obed Mccoy. And he's had a wonderful series, 6 wickets in the second game. So in 20 matches, he has taken 29 wickets at an economy rate of 7.55. And he's a guy who swings the ball, and of course he shows tremendous variation. The man from St. Vincent. Here he is from the far end. He comes in now and bowls outside the off stump, signal wide by the umpire.
Yeah, Obed Mccoy had a tremendous game, as you mentioned. 25-year-old, also played for Sussex, and of course, the man from St. Kitts. He got Rohit out for a golden duck. From what I understand,
I think he's still a slower ball specialist. Now then you get a quick one. Here he is now, working his way up to the wicket. Now he bowls. This is slugged away. It's going on. That's 6 runs over cow corner. Length delivery. And Rohit Sharma goes now to 18. The score is 21 without loss.
a treat to watch, an absolute treat to watch. I would travel miles to see that stroke from skipper Rohit Sharma as he hoisted that one towards the mid-wicket fence right by the scorecard as the Indian flags fluttering high in that packed stadium in that corner of around the mid-wicket.
So there's a massive side screen just in front of us. So it was so funny to hear you saying it. That was good to watch. Here is Obed Mccoy. He comes in now, goes past the umpire and bowls. This is a bit straighter. Worked away down behind square for 1. And that takes the score down to 22 without loss.
Yeah, he has all the time on that stroke, as you can see, and he tucked it away by the square leg umpire. There's a wide open, easy single to be taken. They can easily amble across any stroke made on the boundary. The short fine leg, and there is a mid-wicket fielder that is now coming up inside the circle, as there are 2 fielders now on the onside boundary, deep square leg and a fine leg. So
here is Obed Mccoy again. He rushes in. Up to the wicket now, bowls. And that's the helicopter shot. And it goes all the way for 6. Well. Obed Mccoy is being roughed up here. And the Indians are deliberately attacking him. They don't want him to settle. It's now 28 without loss.
how quickly the fortunes change for a bowler who has had the best figures in T20, and now he has been shredded. The ball, the shots are going all around on the mid-wicket, mid-on fence, and these are like huge 6s, mind you. This is a smaller ground, but the ball has been traveling way outside the boundary lines.
Well, he was playing the helicopter shot, and he was playing it with the wind, because the wind is blowing from the east to the west here, and that went down the western side. This is outside the outside. He cuts it away. That's more runs here into the boundary for 4.
What a tremendous shot. Back to back. He hit a 6 of the previous delivery, and this time the key was he waited for it and almost slapped it away towards the point area for 4.
Well, that one came out of the back of the hand of Obed Mccoy and slapped away the cut now. So the helicopter is present here at the ground. Had he come in earlier, he might have dried the facility and we'd have gotten a prompt start. But at the moment, 32 without loss. This is the 3rd over. Here is McCoy. He runs it up to the wicket now, bowls. This is played away mid-wicket, and they're taking a single. He's home and dry.
Well, 2 6s and a 4, and the first ball was a wide. So Obed Mccoy is in some sort of trouble in this particular over, as Surya Kumar Yadav is displaying some amazing stroke play, as Vinod said, with his helicopter stroke display, a la MS Dhoni.
Here he is now. McCoy comes in now. 19 in the over so far. He drives through the offside. That's more runs here into the boundary. And that takes the score now on to 37 without loss. 23 coming in. 39. That was another 6. So it's 39. Is Alzari Joseph position at the cover boundary for 1. So that's now 41 without loss. 25 to Sharma. 26 to Sharma of 12. And Yadav, he's on 13 of 8.
Yeah, Dominic Drakes gave away 6 runs in his first over. Akil Hussain gave away 8. Obed Mccoy was taken to the cleaners for 25 of his first over that he has bowled.
He's again Alzari Joseph. Runs away from us. Up to the wicket now. Bowls. This is crashing into the pads. And a sprawling stop there by wicketkeeper Thomas. They get... Probably had bat onto that. No signal coming from the umpire. And that takes the score to 42 without loss.
Surya Kumar Yadav made his debut for India at the age of 30 against England in a T20 match in 2021. And of course, he announced his arrival.
I'm bemused. I'm not abused though. The score is 45 without loss.
As long as I'm with you, nobody will abuse you. I'm
One o-
watching you closely, Vinod.
one ball to go in over number 4. So, the work has started here for the West Indian bowlers already. Alzari Joseph. Here he is. Very rhythmic approach. Goes past the umpire now, bowls, and this delivery is again down the leg side. Worked away. Protection now. There is a deep mid wicket on the boundary, and he gets 1. That takes the score on to 46 without loss, and it brings over number 4 to an end. That's the latest score at the Central Broward Regional Park.
Yeah, the last ball he was straying down a bit on the leg stump, outside the leg stump, and very conveniently wristy players, which Indian cricketers tend to be. The top Indian batsmen are very wristy, and for them to place the ball on the middle stump or the leg stump towards mid-wicket, mid-on area and grab those easy singles is quite comfortable. They're very comfortable with that particular approach, as India now, after 4 overs, 46 for no loss, and that one Obed Mccoy over fetching them 25 runs, as we see the graph on the screen, has made all the difference. We are here at the Broward County Stadium in the 4th T20 International as Akil Hussain begins his 5th over.
Well, it's his second from the fire in the 5th of the innings. Here is Hussain. He comes in now on bowls, and this is swept away down behind square. Hetmaya is there, and they get only 1. So Yadav, he was on now to 18.
Surya Kumar Yadav is a big exponent of the sweep stroke, and he will place the ball where there are no fielders. This time it found the fielder, and they were able to get only 1 run. A little bit to the left would have been a boundary as Akil Hussain starts for his second ball.
Here's Hussain again, needing a breakthrough for the West Indies. He comes in on bowls, and this is a good delivery that squares up Sharma, and he feels on the offside. There is no run. Sharma takes a look at his bat. 47 without loss. A good start here by the Indians.
It's good to see Rohit Sharma because there was some concern with back spasms.
Well, he's showing no signs of that, I can tell you that. That's struck away. That's a mighty blow. It goes over long on for 6.
What?
That can't be a man with a back problem.
Yeah, what back spasms are we talking about? Look at that start. Wide over the mid-on fence, sailing over 33. Surya Kumar Yadav won 18. And Rohit Sharma, no back pain.
Definitely not.
Only pain for the West Indies.
He's so pleasing. He's so easy on the eyes here, Rohit Sharma. It's going to be Hussain again firing. Here he is. He comes in and bowls to Sharma. Sharma is gone. Hussain gets his revenge. He's bowled him neck and crop. And the West Indies, they're celebrating here. Akil Hussain, they needed that breakthrough. He has gotten rid of the dangerous Rohit Sharma for 33. And the score is 53 for 1. Let's have a look.
That delivery, Akil Hussain bowling, and it actually was a straighter one and clipped the off stump, and the bail, dislodged the bail between the middle and the off stump as he went for a mighty heave. Rohit Sharma is bowled by Akil Hussain for 33 of 16 deliveries, as India is now 53 for 1. Well, just like we were saying that Rohit Sharma has no back pain and he was pain for the West Indies, you successfully got rid of Rohit Sharma, Vinod.
Well, I think Rohit Sharma was outfoxed by the position in which Hussain took at his final bowling stride, because he went very wide of the crease and he thought that was the arm ball coming in. It pitched and straightened on him and left him stranded down the track. He was out bowled. So, gives the West Indies an opportunity here to fight back. Deepak Hooda, 215 runs in 8 matches at an average of 72 and a strike rate of 171. Reminds me so much of my playing days, Nilesh.
Well, I was never a witness to that, so
Well, I was the
whatever you
bowler.
say goes.
I was the bowler. So at the moment, it's 53 for 1. And Sharma really took off on the West Indies today. He was the man doing the heavy lifting. Here is Hussain from the far end. He's had a good series. He comes in now and bowls, and this is a drive through the offside by Huda. There is no run. It's the end of the over, and at the end of it, is there a delivery? One delivery, sorry, to go. At the end of over number 5, you'll be hearing the voice of Sunil Ramdi, and he's bringing the local boy with him, Peter De La Pena. You know Peter?
I know Peter very well. He has been advising me on a lot of things about cricket.
Well, I saw him today riding into the stadium on his horse. This time, this is a drive through the offside, looking for a quick single, and they get it. And at the end of the over, at the end of 5, after more thoughts from Nilesh Mehta, you'll be joined by Sunil Ramdeen and Peter De La Pena.
Yes, 54 for 1 India after 5 overs. Surya Kumar Yadav on 18, Huda on 1. And I almost do not recognize Peter De La Pena without that famous hat of his. So when I saw him this morning, I said, you are Peter? He says, yes, I am Peter. Welcome, Peter De La Pena.
Well, thank you very much, Nilesh. Sunil Ramdeen here first. We'll get to Peter in just a short while. And of course, the West Indies just about to complete their power play. 5 overs in. The score's 54 for 1. And now I can say hello to Peter. Peter, welcome. What do you think? Who do you think has come out the best so far? Just 1 over short of the power play.
Well, this looks like a good start, but again, you have to keep in mind, traditionally this ground has been so high scoring because they bring the boundaries in, and when the wind picks up in the afternoon, that's when run scoring can get really, really rapid.
So it's Alzari Joseph continuing from the media center end. This one just short of a length, worked into the offside. The fielder runs across from point. It'll just be 1 run, takes the score on to 55 for 1.
Yeah, when the winds pick up, the grandstand roof is so low here. It doesn't really block out the wind, so you get this strong breeze that gusts out to the northwest. And a couple years ago, that's where we saw Evan Lewis tear apart Stuart Binney and basically end the career of Stuart Binney, hitting all those sixes to the northwest side of the ground. And that's what you have to keep an eye on as the game develops.
Remember that well. Alzari Joseph in, strong, offside field. That one is short. He flicks across the line. It's up in the air. The fielder's getting across, but it won't do him any good. That one has gone far enough. It's 6 runs. Surya Kumar continues his aggressive approach to this innings. It takes him on to 24, and that takes the score on to 61 for 1.
That's where that wind is blowing. It looked like when the ball was up in the air initially, fine leg was in with a chance, but you just get it up in the wind, and it'll help it on its way. And that part of the ground this year, Sunil, there's not as many fans as usual because they've got a protected owl species out there. They're not allowing the fans to trample over the grass because the owls are burrowing out there. Watch out, owls!
Joseph in bowls once more. This time, Surya Kumar, that's a straight delivery, hits him on the pad, and he's been given out. Been given out by umpire Gregory Braffett. That one he would have held that one back just a little bit slower. Surya Kumar playing across the line, missed it completely. That one looked pretty good. Let's wait and see if they'll review. At the moment, 61 for 2. And they have taken the review, Peter.
Looked like a fairly innocuous delivery live, but umpire Brathwaite was convinced. I thought it was definitely worth review because you've got height as an issue and also wasn't missing leg stump. So I'm not surprised that they've gone for the review here.
So we're looking at it on the monitor. It looks close to maybe being umpire's call. It is a little bit high. They're checking ultra edge. No edge on the delivery.
Hit him just above the knee roll. And that's, again, the height looks like it's going to be the issue. And then on the angle as well, there's a lot of doubt here in terms of is it going to hit or not. And it's one of those 50-50 calls.
Yeah, I think the umpire's decision is going to be critical here because this may very well go toward being an umpire's call, Peter. And now we're seeing the ball tracker. Pitching on line, impact in line. And it's hitting. It's hitting. So that's out. India have lost their second wicket. Alzari Joseph, he's the man who's made the breakthrough. India have lost their second wicket, now 61 for 2. And it's Surya Kumar. So the 2 aggressive openers, the West Indies, they've fought back after a pretty good start from India. In the final over of the power play, Peter, the West Indies have removed both openers.
And Yadav was looking really good, Surya Kumar Yadav, but that one just nailing the top of leg stump is what the ball tracking showed. It was 3 reds, so not even a 50-50 call, Sunil. It was
Right.
ripping out the top of leg stump. Plenty of ball on that one, and a good decision by umpire Brathwaite. And good decision by all the fans, I have to say, who purchased the tickets in the grandstand because the sun is blazing out there, Sunil.
Absolutely. And after a bit of a gloomy start this morning, it's good to see some blue skies. We're into the 6th over. The trickler fans coming in has slowed down now. They've been here for a long time, I'll tell you. They've been here since before 9 a.m. We had a late start, and they're still trickling in, so I'm sure that's something that they'll want to keep their eye on. But, you know, every time the West Indies plays in Broward, it's a little bit of an away match rather than a home match, isn't it?
That's right, Sunil. It's a West Indies home game in name only. You've got all the fans. I've met a bunch of fans going through the Detroit, Michigan, from New York City, from New Jersey, from Nashville, Tennessee, the home of country music.
There you go.
Charlotte, North Carolina, a lot of fans from Atlanta, some fans from Texas, and then plenty from all over the state of Florida, Fort Myers, Orlando, Jacksonville, coming up from Miami. So you get quite a large cross-section of fans from all across America who are coming down for this occasion.
Well, it brings a hard-hitting Rishabh Pant into the wicket. Alzari Joseph will continue bowling over the wicket to the left-hander. He has good coverage on the offside. Has a point cover mid-off. But also on the leg-sided fielder on the square leg boundary. He has a short, fine leg, mid-on, mid-wicket, as Alzari Joseph runs in, 4th ball of the over to bowl to Pant. And that one just down the leg side. Pant flicks across. Didn't make contact. Seemed to have struck him on the thigh pad. And it's no run. The score remains on 61 for 2. And the West Indies, a good fight back. There was some conversation about whether Nicholas Puran had made the right decision to bowl first rather than bat.
Well, he's somebody who's played an awful lot of cricket here in Florida. He's always a usual participant in the U.S. Open, which is a private T20 franchise event every December.
Alzari Joseph into Pant once more. This ball outside the off-stump. Pant drives and drives well. He bisects the field, and that one runs into the boundary now, runs into the cover boundary. It's 4 more runs for India. Takes them on to 65 for 2, and Pant is off with a bang.
That ball just shows how good the pitch is. Very true. Just sat up there. Not quite a half volley. It was kind of on the up, but Pant just leaned forward and pressed that through the covers, and it flew away to the rope.
So, Joseph picking up a wicket, but still a bit of an expensive over. He's conceded 11 runs in the over so far with 1 ball left. As he continues from the media center end, bowls to Rishabh Pant. This one is beating the bat. That one on the off stump. Pant pushes the bat out, shakes his head, knows it wasn't the best shot. But that's the end of the power play. The score, India are 65 for 2.
As we were talking about, you get a lot of fans, Indian fans mainly, come in and they buy up all the tickets. It's not cheap getting in here today, Sunil. Lowest price ticket, $140
U.S.
U.S.
And it's practically packed, apart from the Owl Zone, of course, Peter.
Apart from the Owl Zone, yeah. So traditionally,
they get in free.
they get in free, exactly. Traditionally, the capacity here is set about 15,000 people for these India games, the West Indies games. They've reduced it to 11,500, so there's 3,500 seats that they couldn't put out on the North Hill today, that grass grandstand area, because Florida state environmental regulations, you got to protect the owls.
So it's Akil Hussain continuing the 7th over of the innings. Nicholas Puran allowed to push out his field just a little bit. This one, Huda down the wicket. Hussain saw him coming, held it back. It's worked down to mid-on. There's just 1 run. Takes the score on to 66 for 2. Huda moves on to 3. Pants on strike.
Was here at the training session yesterday for India, and Deepak Huda looked very, very good, I have to say. So I'm expecting big things out of him today. He had a really solid net session. If he gets a start, watch out for him to take off.
So now the left-handed Pant against the left arm spin of Akil Hussain. Hussain coming over the wicket this time to bowl to Pant. Pant surveys the ground as Akil Hussain in to bowl to punt. This one, pitched up and flicks across, up in the air for a while, but innocuous enough. Goes out to mid-wicket. There's no run.
We're saying Nicholas Porn has played in the U.S. Open quite a lot here over the years, so he's very familiar with the conditions. Another one, Robin Powell, Devin Thomas, all these guys are very used to this facility. And so is Akil saying whether it's playing for West Indies or playing in some of these franchise events that come down to Florida, the West Indies guys are a lot more experienced in this facility.
Hussain in once more to punt, 4th ball of the over. And this one is just a little bit short. Punt pulls it across. And that one is picked up on the square leg boundary. They canted through for a single. Takes the score on to 67 for 2. Punt moves on to 5.
There's a lot of VIPs in the ground today on the TV broadcast. We're seeing Concroft shown on screen. Saw Shiv Chanderpaul before. Shiv Chanderpaul, now the USA Women's and Under-19 coach. They're here. They're going to be starting up a series against the West Indies women on Monday, a 5-match T20 series.
Akil Hussain, 5th ball of the over. Into Huda, and Huda drives, but there'll be no run. This one makes its way out to the fielder at point. So the West Indies, after those 2 wickets, they seem to have slowed things down a bit. Nicholas Puran, he'll be happy with that. Has some relief now with the power play over. Akil Hussain continues once more to Huda. And this one is on a length. Huda gets behind it, was making some room on the leg side, maybe to go for a big shot. Hussain saw him push that one down to mid-off. They run through for a single. And at the end of the 7th over, the score India are 68 for 2.
Hussain is a bowler whose bowling is geared for this kind of wicket to keep the runs down, because if you give it any flight here, it's going to disappear. You've got to really dart it in flat and quick, and his style of bowling suits that. Anybody who gives it air, this is not the kind of pitch where you want to give it some air, because, again, the boundaries are brought in quite a bit. At a normal match day, when USA traditionally plays here, the boundaries are 10 yards, maybe even 15 yards deeper. They're dragged in quite a bit because you have to make room for all the temporary TV scaffolding for the broadcast and some of the other PMOA area guidelines. And as a result of that, when India and West Indies play here, part of the reason why the matches are so high scoring is because the boundaries are brought in so significantly. And as a spinner, you got to be very, very careful. And so darting it in quick is the way to go.
So it's Jason Holder now from the pavilion end. In bowls to Huda. This one just straight onto the leg side. Huda plays it into the onside, then straight to the fielder. There's no run. The score remains on 68 for 2.
Saw Jason Holder a couple days ago with Nicholas Puran throwing out the first pitch of the Miami Marlins game.
Yes, I heard it was a marvelous event. Holder, 2nd ball of the 8th over. In, Huda on strike. This one is on a good length. Huda goes through with the drive. Excellent shot. Gets full value to the boundary. 4 runs. Huda moves on to 8. The score is 72 for 2.
That's what I was looking for out of Deepak Huda, based on what I saw yesterday at training. And this one pitched up. Again, not quite a half volley, but the pitch so true. He just punches it straight through the line over mid-off, who was up in the ring, and that shot brings a result in a field change. Mid-off has gone back to the rope after that boundary.
Huda in once more to Huda. This one just straight down the leg side a bit. He works it behind square. The keeper runs around to do the fielding. Just 1 run. Takes the score on to 73 for 2. And if you just joined us, the West Indies, they would have won the toss, opted to bowl. After a solid start, Rohit Sharma, he went bowled Hussain for 33. Yadav, he was LBW to Joseph for 24. On strike at the moment, Huda, he's on 4. And Rishabh Pant, he's on 5. The score, 68 for 2.
If you went to the Marlins game a couple days ago, you could have gotten to see Nicholas Puran and Jason Holder for a lot cheaper. It's $10. $10 to get into a Miami Marlins game. They're begging for fans. It's probably about 2 or 3 times as many people here today as there were at the Marlins game. They're buried down in the National League East standings. Not a lot of fans coming out to support them this year. Much bigger turnout here today for India and the West Indies.
I hear there's something called baseball cricket here in Florida, but we'll talk about that in a bit as Holder over the wicket bowls the punt. This one is short, wide of the off stump. Punt swats it more than anything else. Doesn't make good contact. The fielder comes off the cover boundary. That'll be 1 run to punt. 1 more to the total. Takes it to 74 for 2 after 7.4 overs.
And that delivery, it's one of those slower ball cutters, slower ball bouncers. Gotta really show a lot of variety if you're a pace bowler here to keep the runs down. So clever from Holder.
Holder once more into Huda this time. This one down the leg side. That one is sure to be signaled a wide. The batsman doesn't bother to play. 1 more to the extras column. Takes the score to 75 for 2. So, Peter, a pretty good fight back after flying a roaring start from the Indian openers. And at one point, they took 25 off Obed Mccoy. 1 over off Obed, the one and only over Obed Mccoy bowled today.
And you got to be careful. Again, mixing up the pace. Holder tried to do it again in the previous delivery. Just went awry down the leg side.
Holder in once more. This one, again, straight down leg side. It's worked to that fielder at that short, fine leg position. Akil Hussain, just 1 run. Takes the score to 76 for 2. Huda moves on to 9.
And it's 3 slower ball cutters in a row. So Holder determined to take the pace off the ball here. Try and get Huda out of rhythm.
And you said it, Deepak Huda against right pace probably has his best strike rate, 142, as Holder bowls over the wicket now to Rishabh Pant. This one just a bit short, wide of the off stump. Pant once more swats at it, doesn't make really good contact. Again goes out to the fielder, this time on that deep point boundary. It's just 1 run, and the score moves on to 77 for 2 at the end of the 8th over, and that's the latest from the stadium out here at Broward County.
Yeah, you mentioned that Obed Mccoy over, going for 25 runs. Not quite the damage that we saw a couple years ago that Stuart Benny received, but not far off from it either. And you just got to be so careful on the length in particular on this wicket. And as I said, if you get it up in the air, now that we're past 12 o'clock or thereabouts, it's 4 minutes before 12. This is around the time of day when the winds do start to pick up here. And you can see kind of the flags fluttering out where the concession areas are. They're giving an indication as to how strong the wind is blowing, and it's gusting. It's about a 20-25 mile an hour wind going out to the northwest. So if you get it up in the air, it's bye-bye a cricket ball. Well,
the good news is Dominic Drakes is back. He's bowling to Rishabh Pant, the left-handed Rishabh Pant, who is hitting against the wind. So that's a good news for Dominic Drakes. The fact that Rishabh Pant can clear it regardless, that's a bad news for Dominic Drakes. The score, as I said, 77 for 2. Drakes did have 1 over, went for 6 runs. So the captain will need him to do a job here as he runs in, bowls the punt. This one short, and Pant gets onto his back foot, swats that one down to the fielder just behind square leg, comes off the boundary, picks it up, just a single. You're going to score on to 78 for 2.
Going to want to see Drakes bowl very straight to the left-hander and probably bowl very wide outside off stump to the right-hander Huda, because that's the way the wind is blowing out to the west. So to protect against the wind, he's got to, again, keep it very straight to the left-hander to make him hit it into the leg side, which is what he just did. And now for Huda, he's probably going to want to get it short and wide outside off stump and play to the cover sweeper.
Drakes in once more. This ball short, wide of the off stump. Huda gets back, cuts this one. Will it make it to the boundary? Yes, it does. Actually, some pretty good fielding by the fielder on the boundary there. Looks like Nicholas Puran, skipper Nicholas Puran. He pulls it in just short of the boundary, and they pick up a couple of runs. Takes the score on to 81 for 2. They pick up 3 runs, actually. Takes the score on to 81 for 2.
Well, it's the right ball for the conditions, but the field setting was poor. You got to have more protection on the offside boundary to keep that to a single, and instead there's a huge gap at extra cover, and that's where Huda played it into. So it's the right ball for the conditions, but you got to have the field set for that delivery too.
Drakes into punt. And this one short. Rishabh Pant gets inside the line, tries to swat it down over the fielder at that short fine leg position. Doesn't make any contact. All eyes on the umpire. Looking for a wide. Pant shakes his head. He thought he would have had a wide, but that one appeared to have maybe just gone off his left shoulder. Anybody's call. What do you think, Peter?
Very generous from the umpire. Could have easily been called wide. But again, good bowling. Can slower ball bouncer bowling on the body.
Drakes once more into punt. Again, short coming into the left-handed punt. He works it down backward of square once more. There's protection on the boundary. The fielder coming off the boundary. It's 1 run, 2 punt. He moves on to 9. It's 82 for 2 after 8.4 overs. A healthy run rate. The run rate is 9.46.
This is very good from Drakes. He's very, very disciplined, bowling very accurately. Again, he's been very tight on the body to Rishabh Pant. And again, I'd expect him to go short and wide to Hoda here now.
So far, so good. Drakes over the wicket into the right-handed Huda. That one just short moving outside the off-stump. Huda pushes it down to the fielder who comes off the deep cover boundary. A single takes the score onto 83 for 2. And yes, I agree, Peter. I think Drakes has done really well so far in this over.
And especially for somebody who's a young guy, he's not been in the West Indies team for all that long. This is very impressive from him so far in this match.
Let's hope he can end it well. Drakes into Rishabh Pant. This one, again, body line delivery. Pant gets inside the line, works it down to the fielder on the fine leg boundary. It'll just be a single. Good over by Dominic Drakes. He conceded just 7 runs in that over. After the 9th over, India are 84 for 2.
And it's great to see cricket back here in Florida. So, you know, we've had a 3-year hiatus in terms of these matches, obviously for COVID reasons, but the initial plan over the last couple of years, not just India touring here, but I believe South Africa was meant to tour here as well, and that got disrupted by COVID. Obviously, in the past, going back to 2012, New Zealand was the first team to play West Indies here in Florida, and that was really the launching pad for India to go off and win the T20 World Cup that year. They got a lot of momentum coming off those matches. That was really Kyron Pollard's coming out party. His big performance in that series launched him and the rest of the team to success later in the year in the T20 World Cup, and then 2016 against India in 2019 as well, and then they also hosted Bangladesh here in 2018 for a couple matches.
Bowling change now. Jason Holder around the wicket, bowls to Rishabh Pant. This one in the block hole. Pant just digs it out, and they scamper through for a single. Good running. It takes the score on to 85 for 2. Pant moves on to 11. Huda back on strike.
Mention COVID disrupting things and not allowing cricket here for the last couple of years. Interestingly enough, this stadium, Broward County Stadium, was used as a COVID vaccine site.
Yeah, that's right.
For people in the community. So people getting to learn cricket in a good way, getting vaccinated. Very interesting how this ground has been a part of the community for various reasons.
Well, West Indies need a shot in the arm here. Jason Holder into Huda. This one on middle stump. Huda just works it down to the fielder at that long on position. Again, just a single. 86 for 2. The West Indies will take this. Jason Holder keeping it tight so far. That run rate is starting to come down gradually.
And it was actually in part for that reason that they couldn't host cricket here. Because this was used as a vaccination site, they couldn't host large-scale events. So that also played a factor in kind of postponing some things. But then you had last December, one of the first matches that came back here, USA hosted Ireland in a couple of T20Is, December 22nd and 23rd. And USA actually beat Ireland by 26 runs in the first of those games.
Yeah, I think certainly you've seen the growth of cricket more and more in North America. I know Nilesh Mehta, who will be back on shortly, he's certainly seen a lot of that firsthand, as you have as well, Peter. Holder around the wicket to Rishabh Pant. This one short outside the off-stump. Pant cuts well, gets it over that field at that short third-man position, runs into the third-man boundary now. That's a boundary that India certainly needed, and Pant is the man to give it to them. It's taking the score on to 90 for 2. Pant moves on to 15.
Got to be very careful bowling short from this side of the ground, from the pavilion end, because you get it up in the air with third man and final leg up in the ring. As I said, the ball, with the wind blowing to the north, it's just going to sail over that ring fielder just like it did there.
Holder into Pant once more. This one pitched up, good delivery, driven right back to the bowler. Holder, a little bit too hot for Holder. He gets something on it, still goes past him, and the batsmen are able to scamper through for a single. Pant moves on to 16, the score to 91 for 2. Yeah, and absolutely right. You stray even a little, and the batsmen are going to capitalize on it, Peter. As Holder in once more. Over the wicket this time to Huda. And this one is on the leg side. Huda plays across the line, and it's a beautiful shot. Drives that one all along the ground. Runs into the boundary in cow corner right now. And that's 4 more runs. The second boundary of this over takes the score to 95 for 2.
Holder was going for Yorker there and just misfired on the length. Turned into a low full toss. And I'd rather see him make a mistake from the West Indies perspective doing that than bowling too short. That's a delivery. If you're the captain, you don't necessarily mind, even though it went for 4. I'd rather see a mistake on a foolish length bowling at this end of the ground rather than going short and being punished like he was a few overs earlier, being slashed over third man.
Yeah, and certainly the experienced Holder, his skipper will want him to be a bit tighter. He's allowed a couple deliveries to drift down the leg side. Hasn't had a very disciplined line in this over. It's already cost him 11 runs. The run rate is jumped back up a bit to 9.66. Final ball of the 10th over. Jason Holder into the right-handed Huda. This one is a delivery just short on line. Huda works it short into the onside. Runs through for a single. And at the end of the 10th over, it's 96 for 2. And joining us once more is Vinod Mamchan, and with him, Dr. Nilesh Mehta.
Overs. The Pahuda is on 19, and with him Rishabh Pant on 16. Still, the Indians in a very good position here at the moment, and I think that in the first half of the innings, one would want to say they are on top. And joining me is of course Dr. Nilesh Mehta. Good session there for the Indians.
Good session for the Indians, Vinod, and we were discussing off air about the decision by Nicholas Puran after winning the toss and putting India into bat, if in retrospect at the end of the day might come back to bother him.
I think it was a very strange decision, but you know, when you look at his bowling reserves, I think he thinks his best chance is to chase. He probably does not have the confidence in his bowling unit to defend scores. Probably that's something that he thought about as well. You're not missing any of the actions. They're just repainting the crease at the moment. The players are getting refreshed. It's very hot and very humid here at the Central Broward Regional Park. And at the moment, I think I feel it for those cheerleaders. I know Sonny Ramdeen feels it for them as well.
Well, I know you have had good feelings for the cheerleaders, but I think we'll focus more on cricket at the time being.
But there's no cricket at this moment.
Look at the crowd, Vinod. I see the West Indies, the maroon color seems to be showing up in portions of the crowd, particularly by the Broward County Stadium scoreboard. And in the shade on this side here as well, I see a lot of the flags fluttering high as well, as we are about to get started after this break, as West Indies after putting India into bat at the end of 10 overs, 96 for 2. Huda batting on 19. Hurricane Huda, who originally played for Baroda in Ranji Trophy.
I
And
know
of course,
Baroda holds a very special place in your heart.
yes, I am from Baroda in the state of Gujarat. And
Well, Obed Mccoy, man from St. Vincent, is back with a softer ball. From the fire, and here he is, he bowls, and this is worked away down to long leg for 1. And that takes the score to 97 for 2.
much better start, Vinod, for his second over after a rather forgettable over that McCoy had in the first over where he conceded 25 runs. So
Yeah. Well, you're speaking about Baroda. I want to say good afternoon to my good friend Bharat Takar. Is he from Baroda as well, Nilesh?
no, he's from the city of Mumbai in the state of Maharashtra in India.
Oh.
And he's having a nice corner place here in the commentary box, enjoying the match.
Yes, a great guy, Bharat Takar. And he's with us here. Here is a good delivery again. Looking to make room to go through the offside was a punt, and he followed him, McCoy, but he gets 2 because it goes down to mid-on. There's an appeal for a run out. Not out, says the umpire. And Thomas is telling Obed Mccoy that he should have been a little more alert. That went just inside the circle at mid-on. It was unattended. And they came back for 2. That takes the score to 99, does it? 99 for 2.
Yeah, Rishabh Pant was dancing down the track on that one, and they came across quickly for the second run. You're talking about Bharat Thakkar. Actually, we would call him Bharat Thakkar, but that's for later on.
Here is McCoy. Comes in again. That's a full pitch delivery. Worked away around the corner for 4. Bad delivery there by Obed Mccoy. And there was Pant not getting too excited with the full toss. It was all about placement. That takes the Indians past 100. They're now 103 for 2. While you continue to give Bharat Thakkar a lot of talks.
Yeah, look at that shot. I mean, he just made room for it and put it away on the onside. And 4 runs for Rishabh Pant. First 2 deliveries were quite good, but as Obed Mccoy comes in, left arm over the wicket.
Here is McCoy comes in again and bowls, and this is cut away nicely down through backward point. Hetmeyer makes a tumbling save, and they're going to come back for 2. So the runs continue to flow here for the Indian team. They're now 105 for the loss of 2.
Yes, at the end, it was a good stop by Shimron Hetmeyer as he had to move about 10-15 feet to his right, and diving stop to save the boundary as India now moves on to 105 for 2 after 10.4 overs as McCoy comes in left arm over the wicket.
Well, he has been the real McCoy for the West Indies in this series, but not today. This one is outside the off stump, mistimed. It goes away to Myers there at the mid-off, and they still get 1. So, Pant is on 25. He's only 75 short of 100. Huda is on 20, and it's 106 for 2. Win over number 11.
Yes, both of them building a good partnership, and I think this format and even the one-day internationals, it's about building partnerships. And here you don't have that much time to waste as
Here is a McCoy, a big man, a tall man, runs in now and bowls. That's a good delivery. And played away down to the cover position for 1. That's 1 more. Takes a score at the end of 11, to 107 for 2. Our technical guru, Roddy Lalman, is suggesting that the Indians will get up to 225. What do you think could be a final score?
Well, Lalman is usually right, but I don't think we are going to get to that stage. We might cross 200 if these two continue to bat, because both Hurricane Huda and Rishabh Pant can pile up runs quickly. And we have 9 more overs to go before India's innings gets completed. The key thing is Indian team has wickets in hand.
Well, you know, you look at that last over, and the only really bad delivery was the full toss. Now, Obed Mccoy has a softer ball to contend with, which should work in his favor. The ball is not as hard, it's not as new, but he still leaked a lot of runs. At the end of the over, it's 107 for 2, and it's going to be Alzari Joseph, the man from Antigua. Yeah, he is running away from us here at the media center, and he goes past the umpire and all bowls, and that's a good delivery. And lovely fielding as well. Played right back to him. He was down in a flash, and he stopped any possible run.
Yeah, that did surprise Huda because of the bounce that he had, and he was a bit in trouble at that moment. But lucky that he didn't lose his wicket on that ball. As
The big tall right-hander Joseph goes in again. Here he is. He's with the batsman. That's down the leg side and signaled wide by the umpire. His line has been one towards the body of the batsman for the entire day. He's trying to take his levers away. And you will find sometimes that he will bowl a wide.
you know, of all the three formats of cricket, Test match, One Day Internationals, and T20, this is one particular format where you can least afford to give freebies.
Yeah, he is again. He's up to the wicket now on balls. And again, he's out caught. That one, he followed him. He pushed it to cover. And that's a wicket there for the West Indies. And that man, Brandon King, takes the catch. The West Indies, they've struck. It's 108 for 3.
Timely wicket for the West Indies, 108 for 3. That time Huda was a bit taken aback rather with the jump, and he tried to angle the blade across and place it, but the ball flew up in the air, and it was a well-judged catch at the end, with Huda now departing for 21, caught by King off the bowling of Alzari Joseph for 21, Pant batting on 25, with India now 108 for 3 after 11.2 overs.
Yeah, so the third wicket, as I was saying before, he was following the batsman, and on that occasion, he followed him like an insurance agent, and all he could have done.
He was sold.
Yep, the policy was sold. It's 108 for 3. The best thing the West Indies can do at this point in time is to continue.
The last two balls, if you saw, he kept Huda guessing all the time, and he was cramping him for space, and that time the ball just kind of flew up, and a great catch at the end, reducing India to 108 for 3. And now the next batsman that has come in is
Sanju Samson.
Sanju Samson, the man from Kerala, God's own country. Sanju Samson, the wicketkeeper for India.
Did you work down on country in India? You seem to know where all these guys live.
Kerala is
Hearing differently today.
Well, Trinidad's voice, God's own country in India, is the state of Kerala.
Here is Joseph. He's in now to Samson. And again, right on the body. All he can do is play it to mid-wicket. There is no run. This is good bowling here by Joseph. He has done very well. 2 for 18 is in his third.
Joseph has really bowled well, as you said. And he is among the wickets. And cramping the batsman for space is what I have been seeing in this particular over, as he continues his third over.
Want to say good evening and good afternoon to Cricket 360's Achan Mehta. He's here covering this match for CrickScope, online cricket newspaper. This is outside the off stump, played away down to third man. That's one. A rare delivery outside the off stump there by Alzari Joseph. The score moves on now to 108 for 3.
The projected score would be 188, and Mr. Lalman has predicted more than 200, which would be a welcome acceptable score by monitor for our radio commentary, as Alzari Joseph gets ready. Slight field alteration. He's asking the fielder at on the square leg boundary to come up just around the 30-yard circle, I believe.
That's Myers with a broad brim hat, probably the right headgear for this weather. Here is Joseph. He's in outside the off stump, cut away nicely down to backward point. And all he'll get is 1. It takes the score to 110 for 3. And I was asked by one of our commentators, Mr. Ramdeen, to inquire of you, where in India did Roddy Lalman come from?
Roddy Lalman came from, Lal means red. Man means, of course, man.
And
the red man from the Red Fort in the capital city of New Delhi in India is where Lalman is from.
But he's from the land of the Red Force and the Red Steel. Here is Joseph. Waits. Sanju Samson not being rushed. He's taking his time just to gather himself. Here is Joseph. Nice rhythmical approach. Comes in over bowls, and this is whipped away around the corner. Too short. That should go into the boundary for 4, and it does. So, That takes the score now onto 114 for 3 after 12.
Sanju Samson, if he gets going, we know he's a magnificent stroke player and can keep the scoreboard moving rather quickly. And of course, at the non-striker end is none other than Rishabh Pant, who actually I thought might open today, but Suryakumar Yadav came in along with Rohit Sharma because India has experimented with Rishabh Pant as an opener along with Rohit Sharma, and I think that opening pair for India is still being determined because you have Rohit Sharma, you have Rishabh Pant, you have KL Rahul, and you have Suryakumar Yadav. So who will be the opening pair in the World Cup is a few months away, but very much on the minds of the selectors as Akil Hussain, the man from Trinidad, gets ready to deliver his 4th over.
He's bowled well, 1 for 19. Here is Hussain. He comes in now and bowls, and this is hoiked away, down behind square, and the catch cannot be completed. In fact, it fell just short of who's that running across. We're quite behind a side screen here, so I can't identify him, but only 1. The score goes on out to 115 for 3. And that last delivery by Alzari Joseph, he was bowling really well. It was a bit too short. And if you look at him at the end of that over, he was angry. He's a man who normally doesn't smile. I was told he smiled once when at the age of 6 when he saw Santa Claus. Since then he hasn't. See, he tosses the ball from hand to hand. The man from Laventille in Trinidad. Around the wicket he comes. Here he is. He bowls and worked away down just for a square. And Alzari Joseph is in attendance. That's 1 more. It's 116 for 3. You didn't know that I knew where these guys live as well.
Well, I mean, we drove through Laventille area when I was in Trinidad, and you showed me where Akil Hussain was raised in that neighborhood and how well he has done for himself as a cricketer for the West Indies.
Well, a number of lovely people in Laventille, you know, and they're just not being promoted, but he's a beacon. Here he is now, Hussain. He comes in now and bowls. This is hiked away, down behind square. And it's going to go into the boundary now for 4, is it? Or was it a brilliant stop? Let's wait on the fielder. In fact, it was stopped. They're going to check it. But in the interim, the Indians have completed 2. 118 for the loss of 3.
Akil Hussain's idol, Ravindra Jadeja, not playing in this match. I wonder what kind of exchanges Akil and Ravindra would have had with each other, because he wants to emulate all the characteristics and the trademark cricket that Ravindra Jadeja plays. And 118 for 3 at 12.3
Well, it's
overs.
4. It has been signaled 4. So coming off as well is Brandon King. He's favoring that right shoulder. One hopes that he'll be okay to take his place when the West Indies look to respond. They may be responding to a big target. Here is Hussain again. Comes in and bowls the Pant. Pulled away, down behind square. And the Pant gets 1 more. Hussain in his last over, so far he has taken 1 for 25. And the score is 121 for the loss of 3. And at over number 16, Jermaine Lannerman, the man from Montego Bay in Jamaica, will come a-calling with Sunil Ramdeen from Rodney Bay. How about that? He's telling me he's from Kingston. Here is Hussain. He bowls. This is worked away down through vacant mid-on. And they take 1. So Samson, he gets 1 more. He moves on to 6. It's 121 for the loss of 3. This is over number 13.
2 men from the Bay Area. And you know what their favorite show was? Baywatch.
Baywatch, okay.
Baywatch was Sunil Ramdeen's favorite show.
I think it still is. Here is Hussain. He comes in on both the Pan. Pan pulls this away again down behind square. And he gets 1. He has to hustle. He was walking. And the fielder saw that. It was a Walsh. And he fired at the non-striker's end. So at the end of 13, the latest score at the Central Broad Regional Park, India sent into bat by the West Indies. They are 123 for 3.
Yeah, last over from Akil Hussain from Trinidad. yielded 9 runs.
Well, he has completed his spell. Nilesh 4 was 1 for 28.
Brilliant performance by Akil Hussain once again, containing the batsman, taking a wicket along the way, and that is what ideally what a bowler should be. And with his left arm so slow bowling, he really has done well for the West Indies.
Well, Jason Omari Holder is going to come into the attack now. And he's going to bowl from the media center end. Very experienced Jason Holder. Hasn't had the best of times. Hasn't been as fit as he would like. But he's working his way back. Had a bout of COVID. Everyone seems to be having a bout of COVID. As I see your good friend Delapina way down to point on the boundary. And Pant gets 1. Bishop Pant goes to 34 of 25. It's 124 for 3.
And you know, you would look at that shot from Rishabh Pant almost with a one-handed shot. Other hand is out flying up in the air, and how he is able to connect and the amount of power he is able to generate with that one-handed shot. Oftentimes, he's hit some sixes, Rishabh Pant, with that kind of shot.
Well, he packs a punch. I can tell you that. He's a short man. He's a pocket dynamite. Here is Holder. He comes in. This crashes into the pad of Samson. Loud appeal, but clearly that was going down the leg side. And that's a leg by. 125 for 3.
Jason Holder, who certainly doesn't have the express pace as the other West Indies quicks, relies more on his line and length and has been successful. He has been in and out of the team in the recent past, but a tremendous utility player with the bat, ball, and as well as a good fielder as well. He's bowling his 3rd over, and he is bowling right arm around the wicket now from the pavilion end.
Yeah, he is. The big man, Jason Holder, goes past the umpire now, bowls, and that's a delivery that is full and wide, but too wide. And signal wide by his fellow countryman, Brathwaite. And that's one more that goes into the scorer's book. 125 for 3.
Yeah, I think bowling wides maybe even potentially be acceptable, but bowling a no ball in this format is a big no-no, because that's a freebie, and you give them an extra delivery of a no ball and a free hit. So that's inexcusable. But let's see next ball.
Yeah, he is now. He bowls again, full and wide, driven down through backward point. It's running away, and it goes into the boundary now for 4. Holder is unhappy with the fielder at backward point. Thought that he should have covered that. That was Walsh, and it goes for 4.
Rishabh Pant, of course, the boy from Delhi, coached by Sir Tarak Sinha. Tarak Sir, as he was affectionately called, has trained several Delhi cricketers, including Shikhar Dhawan, who, of course, did brilliantly against the West Indies in the one-day internationals.
Yes, Holder goes again around the wicket bowls. This is short, but with no pace. Having to tug it from way outside the off-stump is Pant. He gets 1. It goes. The score now rolls along to 131 for 3.
Yes, Rishabh Pant has tremendous respect for the coaches that have trained him. Devender is he was a wicketkeeper, played for Ranji Trophy for Delhi, who also was quite instrumental all along with Tarak Sinha in training Rishabh Pant in Delhi. Raw talent as Holder comes in right arm over the wicket now.
Yes, Holder is up to the wicket and bowls. That's a good delivery. Cut away down just 4 of point. Nice tumbling save. And again, Hayden Walsh. She seems to be all over the field. That's 132 for the loss of 3. And it brings Pant, who's on 39 in the strike of 27 deliveries.
If they go at 9.5 runs and over, the projected score would be 191 if they go at this pace, and it would be Pant on 39 of 27.
Holder in, bowls, and this is tucked away down to Puran at mid-on at the edge of the circle. There is no run, so the over comes to an end. Holder 3 overs, none for 28. At the end of over number 14, the latest score at the Central Broward Regional Park, The Indians are 132 for 3.
Yeah, the last few deliveries, Rishabh Pant not in his entire element because he was trying to play the strokes on the onside and mistimed the last two deliveries and did not get the result that he wanted. And at the end of 14 overs, India 132 for 3. They have 7 extras in the innings. And with Hurricane Huda and Rishabh Pant in the crease, the fireworks should really start now, Vinod.
Well, Indians have wickets in hand. I think they may look to go up to about over number 16 and then pull the trigger. Let's wait and see. And the West Indies, they're looking to continue taking wickets. Obed Mccoy, no stranger to taking wickets. He's back. Hasn't had a good day here in the sun at Central Broad Regional Park. In front of a massive crowd here. Sanju Samson is the man on strike. Here is McCoy, arms pumping. He runs in now on bowls, and this is short, pulled away. That's 6. That's into Joy's Roti Shop.
That was a magnificent stroke. And we were just talking about upping the ante, and they certainly have. And what a 6 by Sanju Samson. And plays for the Rajasthan Royals in the IPL and has scored well in some of the innings. He's got 14 of 8 deliveries, Vinod.
Well, that delivery was too short and pulled away. Deserved the treatment. And, of course, he was hitting with the wind. Here he is again. He's waiting for that delivery to come back to him. He's running just below the Kent sign. And that's at the northern end of this wonderful cricket facility here in America. There's a change in the field. Shimron Meyer, who was right back at the backward square on the boundary, comes into the circle, and it means that he's going to look to cramp him for room, looking to bowl full. He normally bowls full, but today he has been off color. Here he is now. He comes in again, and as we said, that's right up, pushed away for 1, down to long off. That's better. Takes the score to 140 now for 3, and the Indian fans are enjoying the afternoon.
Yeah, good comeback by McCoy after that 6 that was taken off the first delivery. He came back and gave only a single. Yes, the Indian crowd, predominantly Indian crowd here at the Broward County Stadium. I'm still trying to look for some maroon, Vinod.
Yeah, well, they've outnumbered the West Indian fans today. Here is Obed Mccoy. He comes in now. Bowls. This is full and wide. Down the leg side. Signal wide by the umpire.
But there's a large constituency here, isn't it? From big crowd of people from Barbados, Jamaica.
Well, I think Jamaica, mainly Jamaicans have settled in and around this area. You will find 1 or 2 from the other islands, like Roddy Lalman. But in the main, you have a lot of Jamaicans here. Here is McCoy. He comes in on bowls. That's a good delivery. Pitch right up. They're going to get a single, though. And that takes the score to 141 now for 3.
Yes, good comeback after that wide that McCoy bowled. And this is his 3rd over. He has been taken to the cleaners. Has yielded 45 runs in his 2.3 overs so far. India moving up to 141 for 3. After 14.3 overs with Samson on 15 and Rishabh Pant on 40. This partnership is 33 runs off 21 balls so far, Vinod.
This is a good hand, both playing here. And the West Indian players they've had it hard out there in the sun. I think the only thing can help them is probably a weekend at Sandals. Here he is now. Outside the off stump. That's full and wide. Pushed away for 1. He'll be happy with that, Obed Mccoy. It's 142 for 3.
I've heard that when people go to Sandals, they have a buy one, get one free. Can you buy the one that you have to pay so that I can come for free, Vinod?
At Sandals, everything is free. You just pay for it up front. But it's the world's best all-inclusive resort. I say that without any fear of you responding other than that.
I was looking for the second half of the statement. Buy one, the second one is free.
Here's Obed McCoy. He comes in now to the left-handed punt. He's with him, and punt is stretching and hitting this one over Hetmeyer's head into the boundary for 4 at cover.
Yes, Rishabh Pant coming into his element now moves on to 40 of 29 deliveries as India 146 for 3, Pant 44, and that was a good shot. And he just slapped that ball, extending his arms through the cover area for 4.
Well, he had to fetch that like Saturday morning fetching Chore Bature down in Trinidad and Tobago, and that crashed into the boundary for 4.
I thought he
146 for 3. By the way, it means doubles.
Exactly. Even if you are a single man, it's still doubles.
Way outside the off stop. Yeah, is McCoy. He's in now on both sides. He's going down the ground with it. He's not in control. And the catch should be taken. It is. So, McCoy gets his revenge. It's 146 now for the loss of 5. And after more thoughts from Nilesh Mehta, you will be joined by Sunil Ramdeen, a man who used to get doubles, and a man who wishes that he gets doubles. That's Jermaine Lalaman.
Yes, before I welcome Lalman and Sunil Ramdeen, that was a shot that got the elevation but not the distance. And a timely wicket for the West Indies, Sunil, because Pant was going strong and he was getting into his element. India now 146 for 4 at the end of 15 overs. Welcome to Mr. Lalman and welcome Sunil Ramdeen.
Thank you very much, Nilesh, and absolutely right. The timing of that wicket could not be better. India looking to put the pedal to the metal as I welcome Jermaine Lanaman, cricket writer and analyst out of Kingston with the Jamaica Gleaner newspaper, has his own YouTube channel as well, Biffa Cricket.
Indeed.
Jermaine, welcome. What do you think of developments so far?
Yes, interesting position that both teams have found themselves in, but you'd want to feel that, the game is being set up properly for, an ideal finish, 146 for 4, as it case may be here. And the argument is both teams have it all to play for. I mean, India here could be going 200 if they do get off, and West Indies could really try and haul back this to maybe 170, 175, and they'll feel good about that.
Absolutely. I think India will be looking at 200. They do have the firepower. Jason Holder, he's the bowler. He will be bowling to Samson from this media center end. Right arm over the wicket into Samson. This one is a good delivery on a good length, just worked into the onside. They'll try to hustle through for 2. No, they decide against it as the fielder runs in.
Not a very good
off
day.
That boundary.
Not a very good day here for Holder. I mean, he didn't get off to the ideal start. He's hoping that as one of the more, if not the most, indeed he is the most senior member of this West Indies team, bowler per se as well, and he would want to put in a better performance. 29 runs off 3.1 doesn't suggest that he's doing well, going very readily there at 10 runs per over. He wants to do better.
Yeah, so that single takes Samson on to 17, takes his score to 147 for 4 after 15.1 overs. Holder once more over the wicket, this time into Dinesh Karthik, who's the new batsman. He just works that behind square leg. The fielder comes off the fine leg boundary. There'll just be 1 run. They scamper through for 1 run. Takes the score on to 148 for 4. The run rate is now 9.65. The West Indies will be looking to control things. Akil Hussain, he's all bowled out, had a good spell, 4 overs, 28 runs. He'll be happy, but I think certainly Obed Mccoy would be a concern.
Yes, indeed. He hasn't performed well, having done so well early in the season.
Holder once more, third delivery into Samson. And this one on the off stump, but short of a length, so Samson pulls it down to cow corner, but there's protection on the boundary. There'll just be 1 run. Samson, he moves on to 18. The score on to 149 for 4.
Yes, Holder here doing a little better job in this is arguably second spell. Looking to it indeed is the last over, looking to really take his run rate down. He's now 8.9. He's starting close to 11, so he's doing better at this stage.
Holder once more, 4th ball of the over into Karthik. This one good length delivery. All Karthik can do is work it into the onside. There'll be no run. So Holder, he hasn't done that bad a job. Into his 4th over, he's gone for 31 so far. So considering how India were going initially, I think he's certainly come back and he's done well.
Yeah, but based on international standards, you don't want your bowler to be going more than 6. He's going close to 9 now, and he was started the over close to 11.
Well, you know what they say, if wishes were horses, and when you're playing against a team like India,
yes,
you take what you can get.
Indeed.
So Jason Holder, it's 15.4 overs. India 49 for 4. Samson on 18. Kartik on 1 as holder. Bowls to Kartik. Slower delivery, but outside the line of the leg stump, and all Kartik has to do is just work it behind square leg. Picks up another single. That brings up the 150 for India, 150 for 4. Kartik, he's on 2. Samson's back on strike on 18.
Yes, and it's good to see that Samsung has gotten a run in this game. He had an outstanding, one would argue, ODI series. He did very well there. Brought into the team today, and he's so far, standing up fairly well with 18 runs off 12 deliveries. He's been looking to make this India team for the T20 World Cup. He's perhaps arguably not in the main setting, but he hopes for a good performance.
Certainly wants to grasp this opportunity. Holder into Samson once more. That's a good delivery. On a length, Samson works it into the onside. Fielder quick off the boundary. Good fielding as well. Keeps it down to just 1 run. Moves on to 151 for 4. Projected score at this point, 189. Do you think the West Indies will be happy if they can keep India to that total?
89, call it 190. That wasn't what they would have argued for. They would perhaps, the ground seems relatively small in comparison. But, notwithstanding, you don't want to go beyond the par score of arguably 8 runs per over 160. You want that to be maybe an ideal chase at best. Anything over 160 is a challenge. So, yes, 189 currently, the projected score 190, even 200 would be a challenge. But they would be hoping that their bowlers do come back in this final stage and maybe limit things to the 170s.
So as you say that, the DJ starts playing some Indian music here at the Central Broward facility. Maybe it'll be some inspiration for Dominic Drakes as he comes back into the attack. Bowling from that far end, left arm over the wicket. Drakes into Samson. This one wide of the off stump. Samson can't capitalize on it. No run.
Yeah, Drakes has been a revelation, if one may say. It's interesting that he opened the bowling. He came in as the all-rounder for Dean Smith in comparison to the third international where the West Indies lost. And he has so far bowled 2.1, going at 13 runs. Very economical. Left-arm pacer, similar to McCoy, but it's very mean this game.
Drakes, the tall and lanky Drakes, into Samson. Does a shuffle across to the leg side. Didn't really put Drakes off. He was consistent. That ball full. All Samson can do is work it down to the fielder at long on, and that brings up another single. Takes Samson on to 19, takes the score onto 152 for 4.
If you're a West Indies fan, you'd also feel well that someone like a James is getting the opportunity. Why? Because he's a member of the West Indies under 19 World Cup winning team in 2016. Several of those members are making a transition, slowly but surely. And for what it is worth, this augurs well maybe for the future of West Indies cricket, that the match winners of the tournament winners of 2016 are stepping up.
Drakes once more, this time into Kartik. Kartik, he drives square of the wicket. The fielder runs around from third man, and again just keeps that to 1 run. So the West Indies will be happy with this. Dot balls are golden at this point. Dominic Drakes, as you said, Jermaine, doing a good job. Samson, he's on strike now on 20, 153 for 4. The run rate, 9.27.
I think he's very much related to Drakes, of other West Indies fame. But we'll
his
continue.
son.
Indeed.
Drakes, and that one's driven. I don't know if he made the kind of contact he wanted, but it does not matter. Runs into that boundary behind the bowler right now. 4 runs, finally a boundary. India will be very happy. Samson opening his arm, takes the score to 157 for 4.
And as we see Danny Kartik there, they've designated finish of this Indian lineup. Speaking to arguably a young Samson, or new to the squad per se in terms of permanency, showing him how to play the game. And an experienced person like Kartik is someone who India will be looking for at the T20 World Cup in Australia. And someone like a Samson could get a break there, either as a reserve or maybe in the squad.
Drakes once more into Samson, and this one full, just wide of the off stump. Samson, all he can do this time is push it down to that fielder in that long off position. They trot through for a single, takes the score on to 158 for 4. Samson moves on to 25 of 17 deliveries after 16.5 overs, 158 for 4.
So yeah, just highlighting, good to see Hampson getting in. He'll get an opportunity, I believe, in Zimbabwe coming up, as well as the Asian Cup. This India squad is really huge. Our squad is relative, maybe about 30, 40 players who could make this T20 World Cup team.
This time into Kartik, and this one full wide of the off stump. Good delivery. Full and wide of the off stump. Kartik tries to work it down to third man, did not make contact, goes through to the keeper, and that brings us to the end of the 17th over. Good over by Dominic Drakes, just 7 runs in it. Takes the score, well, the score remains on 158 for 4.
Yeah, not only just a good over by young Drakes, it has meant that he's now conceding 6.7 runs per over, having bowled 20 runs to be exact.
As opposed to 16.67 from Obed Mccoy, who's brought up his half century, and he still has an over to bowl.
Yes, indeed. So it hasn't looked particularly well as it relates to someone like a Holder or a McCoy. But it looks particularly well for Drakes, who has done well so far. I was saying has bowled out his 4 for 28 runs. Drakes none for 20 off 3.
So Alzari Joseph is back. It's his final over, the 18th over of the innings. He's into Samson. And this one down the leg side, Samson cannot capitalize on it. All he can do is just work it into the leg side. The keeper runs in, does the fielding. They scamper through for a single, but the West Indies will certainly take that. The score moves on to 159 for 4.
Yes, and importantly, India keeps the run rate within over 9 runs per over, on target for 10 runs per over, which means they likely make over 200 runs, which should be a challenge here.
And with 6 wickets in the shed, they can certainly go for a Grand Slam finish, Jermaine.
Indeed.
Joseph once more runs in. Second ball of this 18th over. Into Kartik, it's short and he pulls it down to fine leg, but there is protection on the boundary. Hayden Walsh, who's been very involved in the field so far, keeps it to 1 again. Exactly what the West Indies would have wanted.
Yes, Joseph here definitely showing his worth as one of the lead West Indies fast bowlers. 3.2 overs, his final overs, gone for 25 runs over, 7 runs per over. You want, as I say, ideally to be going at 6 for your captain to feel well. So he's doing a good job of arguably limiting. It is just that Obed Mccoy and Jason Holder has been expensive.
Yeah, I certainly think once you can get anywhere under 8 on this Central Broward pitch, you would have done well. Joseph once more into Samson. This one short. Samson pulls, but again not making good contact. Fielder coming off that backward square leg boundary. A single once more. Samson moves on to 26. The score 161 for 4. Just what Nicholas Puran would have ordered.
Technically, Samson is doing a decent job. He's going at a strike rate of 136. He's doing the job in terms of trying to get the target over 200. Everything batting wants to target over 200.
Joseph, this time into Kartik. Kartik does a bit of jig, dancing around, trying to throw off Joseph. Joseph held his nerve, that one full. Up to Kartik, all he can do is work it to the fielder at the square leg boundary. Again, just one more run. This is good for the West Indies. Takes the score to 162 for 4. That run rate at 9.17. And the West Indies will want to keep it as close to 9 as they can in these final couple overs. As Joseph runs in once more to bowl to Samson this time. Samson with a little shuffle down the leg side and coming across to the off stump. But Joseph saw him again, short into the body. All he can do is work it onto the onside. Again, another single. That's 4 singles now. 163 for 4.
Yeah, and I like the role that Kartik is playing this game. As I said, one of the most senior, if not the most senior batsman in the India team. He's kind of guiding a young Yamsu. Both of them are power players. Both of them are finishers. And, he's kind of, demonstrating. He has a low strike rate at 71.4, having scored 5 runs off 7 overs. But he's encouraging Samson, who has scored virtually a runner ball at 27 of 29.
Jermaine, I dare say he needs to lead the way at this point. 2 overs left. Final ball of the 18th over. Joseph, a good delivery, full and up to the fielder. All he can do is hoik it down along the ground to cow corner. The fielder's on the boundary. And that will be 1 run. And for your 18th over to go for just 6 runs, that's an excellent performance. Alzari Joseph ends his spell with 2 for 29. And really some sunshine in what has been an otherwise tricky performance.
Yes, Puran must be comfortable with that Joseph over. As you say, 6 runs per over. Joseph has finished with 6.7. No, if I may say 7.3 off his 4 overs. You'd have wanted in a 6 mark, but just on there. But when you compare it to a Jason Holder or a Obed Mccoy, who are going 8 and 10 runs, so trying to peg back things, Joseph did a good job. It's now for the final 3.
So Obed Mccoy is back. Can he have a a good finish. He's gone for 50 runs so far. He's bowling to Dinesh Karthik, left arm over the wicket. He's bowled him. He's bowled him. Karthik across on the offside, left his stumps, exposed that one full and up to Karthik, and it rockets into his stumps. Obed Mccoy has struck. Will he have the last laugh? It's, he certainly saw the movement by Karthik, I think, Jermaine, and a really good delivery.
Fantastic comeback here from McCoy, having gone for so many runs in his opening spell. Came back with a delivery that pitched fairly well up. It must be said that Karthik, however, did not look the most comfortable of persons out there today, notwithstanding trying to maybe guide Samson. But it is back in the pavilion for India and Karthik, and up in terms of West Indies and their effort to keep the score with the region of maybe 170, 180 and not allowing India to go 200.
Absolutely, Jermaine. And I think the death bowlers certainly doing the job for their skipper, Puran. It brings Aksha out to the middle. Aksha can hit the ball a bit. He's a batsman who has shown the West Indies already that he can be a handful.
Yes, and all-rounder, as the case may be, off-spinning all-rounder. And he's definitely demonstrated his role. But importantly, this is an hat-trick delivery.
That's correct. A wicket in the last over, wicket first ball of this over, and Obed Mccoy is on a hat-trick as all the Indian fans hold their breath. The West Indian fans in between, they'll be really pumped up. Obed Mccoy bowling to Aksha Patel.
This would be a nice revelation for Obed Mccoy, having gone for runs in his opening over. If he were to strike an hat-trick, he would demonstrate that he's still one of the top bowlers in this series.
Obed Mccoy into Aksha Patel. What can he do? This one full and just down the leg side. Didn't get his line correct. The umpire calls. He raises his arms now. That's wide. One more to the extras column. The score moves on to 165 for 5.
Down the leg side, indeed, an effort ball. You can see that he's going for the hat-trick, arguably going for the Yorker.
Yeah,
either you'd have, in circumstances, overstepped or pitched it down the leg side. And he did pitch down, but excellent effort from McCoy.
Well, it's a wide, so he should still be on a hat-trick.
Technically,
McCoy into action now, and this one a good delivery, full and wide of the off stump. Aksha tries to drive it, makes no contact. Keeper Devon Thomas collects, keeps the score on 165 for 5 after 18.2 overs. Obed Mccoy looking to finish strongly after being taken for 51 runs in his first 3 overs.
Decent response there from McCoy. Definitely recognizing that he still was on the hat-trick. He said, you know what I'm going to do? I'm just going to pitch it up. I'm just going to put it on the stump. Let the batsman make a mistake. Little bit wide, didn't get it.
McCoy into Aksha Patel. And again, this one just short and wide of the off stump. Patel makes good contact, but there's cover. There's protection on that long off boundary, and it's just 1 run. McCoy and his captain will take that.
Wow.
Takes the score on to 166 for 5.
What a comeback here from McCoy, as we argue. He's now in his final over. He has gone for 52 runs, 14 runs, but he has gotten 2 important wickets, and he could end in his final 3 deliveries here with another 1 or 2, which would ideally be ideal for West Indies.
You said it, Jermaine. What a comeback for McCoy. As Vinod Mamchan said earlier, the real McCoy has finally arrived. Obed Mccoy, left arm over the wicket to the right-handed Samson. That one again, full and wide of the off stump. All he can do is push it into the offside. A single, 1 more to the total. Samson moves on to 28, 167 for 5. And a good fight back by the West Indies here, Jermaine.
Yes, but if you're an Indian fan, you'd want the score to go over 200, and you'd want someone like a Samson to stick in. He's now been there for 21 deliveries. He has gone 28 runs. You want him to go helter-skelter.
McCoy in now to the left-handed. Actually, he hits it. It goes over the side screen. That's a big 6 by Aksha Patel. And as we were saying, we know what Aksha can do, and he certainly will be wanting to have a strong finish. That takes the score to 173 for 5 after 18.5 overs.
Definitely delivering, as the case may be here, Patel for his captain. Put in a decent batting position here at number 7 in the lineup, and he's delivering. And McCoy slightly not getting his line right there, and it was, after all said and done, a nice straight hit.
Good shot. Yeah, so McCoy on figures of 2 for 59. 1 more delivery left. Can he make it count? Into the left-handed Aksha Patel. Oh, and it's a poor delivery. Short and very, very wide of the off stump. Ran the risk of being called too wide. But I think McCoy trying something different, trying to change up the pace, and that one just didn't come off.
Yeah.
The extras are now 11, 174 for 5 after 18.5 overs.
You could argue that one slipped out of his hand as we look on the replay here. He tried to bowl it short, as a matter of fact.
It was a
I
threat.
don't.
It was a threat to his front foot.
But effort ball, one would argue.
Number 61, McCoy. Left arm over into Akshay Patel. Final ball. And Akshay Patel drives and drives well once more. This one clears the boundary at long on. It's 6 more runs. And McCoy could not finish with a bang. But Akshay Patel, he certainly upped the tempo. Takes the score on to 180 for 5 after 19 overs. And it's just what it's brought the Indian fans back to life.
Indeed. I mean, a very good turnout here. Clearly, I mean, they may be outnumbered the West Indians 8-2 here. But yes, indeed, headed into the final over here. A brilliant shot there from Patel. Definitely seems to be a very good finisher. Developing finisher, one may argue. Setting up the Indian total. They have already had a good score, and it's now going for bonus, one would want to argue.
So the projected score was 180. To go past that, maybe if they have a really strong finish, they can even get to 200. Let's see who will be entrusted with this final over.
Yeah, 200 would mean 20 runs off this over, which I believe is not out of the path of a Patel, who has come on and looked good immediately, having placed four balls and hit 2 sixes, as well as you have Samson, who was there for 21 deliveries, but as going at a strike record 133, so 20 runs is feasible.
So Dominic Drakes is the man. He's had a good match, taking everything into account. 3 overs, none for 20. Hasn't had a wicket, but he's been economical, and he has been entrusted by his captain Nicholas Paran to finish things off for the West Indies. After 19 overs, India 180 for 5. Samson on strike. Dominic Drakes left arm over the wicket into Samson. This one into his pads. He works it onto the leg side. Can just pick up a single. Takes the score on to 181 for 5.
Good delivery there, bowling it in what you would call, the block spot there per se. What is interesting though is the evolution, or if not the development here, of a young Dominic Drakes being entrusted with the final over by the captain. It shows that he's arguably one of the have the most control in comparison to maybe another left-hander, McCoy, who has pace.
Yeah, he's had a good game, and I think continuing to bowl around the wicket to the left-handed Akshay Patel, who's shown his willingness to really to swing his hands. This time Drakes does indicate he wants to go over the wicket. Over to Akshay Patel. Patel just stops him, not quite ready. He will be hitting with the wind, which is important. Drakes will want to avoid giving him a delivery that he can put away. The left-handed Drakes, and that one is a good delivery. Full and wide of the off-stump, just what the doctor would have ordered. Goes through the keeper, Devon Thomas. That's a golden dot ball after 19.2.
I tell you what, if you're an ardent cricket fan, you'd like what you're seeing here from Drakes. He's demonstrating good pace from a left angle, which is always interesting in T20 format. We have a developing cricketer. I mean, West Indies has a developing cricketer here.
Dominic Drakes now in once more to Akshay Patel. And that one full and wide of the off stump, a little bit too wide. The umpire signals that as an extra. But you can see what Dominic Drakes is trying to do. It's 182 for 5 after 19.2. But I think that's exactly the length he needs to be bowling.
I put it to you, not only it is exactly what you want in this over, to be changing. It appears as if he can bowl a slow ball, he can bowl wide, he can bowl it from an angle, which is what you need when a batsman is going hard in the final over.
Drakes into Akshay Patel. Again, full and wide of the off stump. Patel drives and drives well, but there is protection on that boundary. They'll push for the second run, and they complete it comfortably. That's 2 runs. Akshay Patel moves on to 13, takes the score on to 183 for 5 after 19.3 overs, 3 deliveries left.
Yes, so very well done so far from young Drakes in terms of the West Indies. Definitely limiting the possibility of this total now going beyond 200. Still a challenge in total as we see it here at 184 for 5. But this is what the captain Puran would have wanted.
Drakes once more into Akshay Patel. This one again tries to go full and wide of the off stump. Again, it's a little bit too wide. It's an extra. An extra that wouldn't do too much damage, but it does give India that extra delivery, that additional delivery.
Yes, I think what he's doing, one close to the batsman here,
Yeah.
one wide. Maybe he'll try to angle one then into the pads. But this is excellent dead bowling.
Yeah, and he that last delivery, trying to run his fingers across the ball. Drakes once more into Aksha. And this one, he does get full and wide, and this one is a legal delivery. And Aksha just works it down to that fielder coming off that long off boundary. It's a single, 186 for 5.
Full and wide. You couldn't have asked for it better. You want when a batsman is trying to freeze arms. Not enough room. You understand me? Not enough length.
So now Sanju Samson will try to finish. He's had 29 of 22 deliveries. He'll want to go big in these last 2 deliveries. Dominic Drakes into the right-handed Samson. That one is just short of a length on the going down leg side. He pulls it but does not make very good contact. The fielder coming off the square leg boundary, and it's just a single, and the West Indies will be happy with that. Takes the score to 187 for 5.
An interesting image and the boundary here at long off is Jason Holder, the most experienced in Agilby, should be the depth bowler for the West Indies, who have had a bad game. Definitely cheering on as we see Drakes here, bowling excellent in his final over, doing well for his captain, doing well for his team.
So he'll want to finish off well. Dominic Drakes, final delivery into Aksha Patel, and again full and wide. Patel drives and drives really well, and he finishes with a boundary. That's a good-looking shot. Crashes into the cover boundary. Aksha Patel getting India over 190, 191 for 5. And despite that boundary, I think not a bad over by Dominic Drakes, but final over.
It's actually a very good over in regards to in the game and how other bowlers have bowled. He has ended with 7.8 runs off his 4, going for 31. He hasn't got no wicket, but to bowl in final over and to be going at just 6-7 runs per over is what you arguably want if you're a West Indies fan. So not a score that would be an ideal. You'd perhaps want to keep it par in a typical game at 160. 190 has meant that they have scored 20-30 runs that should push you. So the West Indies will definitely have to come good.
So India finishing on 191 for 5. Competitive total. Nicholas Puran, he would have won the toss and opted to send the Indians into bat. They started really well. Captain Rohit Sharma, he got a 33 off 16 deliveries before being bowled by Akil Hossein Yadav. He made 24 of 14 deliveries. They were going well. He was LBW bowled Joseph. Deepak Huda, he scored 21. He was caught by Brandon King. Good catch, Joseph as well. Rishabh Pant, he made a whirlwind 44. Top score of the innings of 31 deliveries. He was caught. Drakes bowled Obed Mccoy. Sanju Samson, he remained not out at the end on 29. Dinesh Karthik, he had a very short cameo, just 6 runs off 9 deliveries before he was bowled by Obed Mccoy, going way across the line. Aksha Patel finishing on 20, very well struck 20 off just 8 deliveries, and that helped propel India to 191 for 5.
Yes, indeed. And for bowling for the West Indies, Alzari Joseph was tops. He took 2 for 29 off 4 overs. Obed Mccoy went expensive at 6 runs off his 4, but he took 2 wickets, valuable one would argue in the latter stages, which helped to restrict the momentum in terms of dismissing Karthik and potentially India going over 200 runs. But good performance from the India team so far.
So the run rate, asking rate, 9.55. A lot, 191. Certainly a lot more than the West Indies would have wanted. But I think considering how India started off in that power play, it's probably a total that they will settle for.
Yes, and maybe West Indies in their motivational speak will argue that it's a relatively small boundary. So maybe on a typical day that would maybe be a score of maybe 180, 175 against an India team in a game that a must-win game to extend the series. You'd want to feel like this is game on. And it is for the batters, from the Brandon Kings, from the Kyle Myers, to the Purans, the Hetmeyers, and others to come and show their worth here today.
So Dominic Drakes ending with 4 overs for 31 runs. He didn't pick up a wicket, but I think the West Indies, pretty decent fight back. It's all over to their batsmen now. That's a wrap for us after the Indian innings, but we will be back. We will be joining you in just about 5 minutes with Vinod Mamchan and Dr. Nilesh Mehta as the West Indies begin their reply. So look forward to you joining us again in just a short while. Jermaine, thank you.
No problem.
Regional stations, we will be with you in 10, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Well, welcome back. We are about to see the West Indies innings, and at the moment, 192 is a big ask, even on this track. King and Myers is out there, and we know how they play. They play one way and one way alone. It's going to be Bhuvneshwar Kumar from the far end, which is the northern end of this ground, and he is going to steam in to Brandon King.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back to the chase by the West Indies as Bhuvneshwar Kumar gets ready to bowl the first ball, coming in right arm over the wicket from the north end.
Yeah, he is. He bowls down the leg side, and that's signaled wide by the opener.
Bhuvneshwar Kumar, of course, no stranger to T20 cricket, knows the art of swing so beautifully and exploits it to the maximum.
Comes in now and bowls the King outside the off stump, sliced away down to third man, and that's 4.
Good start by the West Indies. King just slashes it away to deep third man for 4, and there was no chance for the fielder at that time.
Well,
Straying in line is always a big punishment early on in this particular format, we know.
Yes, Kumar again. He comes in now on bowls again outside the off stump, and looking to cut that away. It kept a bit low, played over that, and it's through to the keeper. 4 without loss.
It's a challenging score for the West Indies to chase, and as long as they keep the wickets in hand, and this particular pair who has done well, Brandon King and Kyle Mayers, this right hand left hand combination can oftentimes upset the bowlers too. So that is the key for the opening pair to perform well, as Bhuvneshwar Kumar comes in right arm over the wicket, bowls.
This time he's driving, and that's a lovely shot for 4. That's the kind of shot, Nilesh, you go out and pay and come back in. 8 without loss.
That was a lovely off drive, and I would say economy of effort, maximum reward for the minimum expense of force. A beautiful flowing off drive as the West Indies now move on to
It's 8 without
8
loss.
without loss.
And here is Kumar. Comes in again from the far end. Man who swings the ball prodigiously outside the off stump, played away just down to point on the boundary. And there is 1. In fact, it's 9 now without 10 without loss. This is the opening over.
And you know, the white ball tends to swing a bit more than the red ball. So Bhuvneshwar Kumar, who is an exponent and exploits the whole swing concept so well, this particular format is all the more conducive to Bhuvneshwar Kumar, as he has shown lots of success in this particular format in T20. As the second over is about to begin. No, I'm sorry. This is the...
As the first over, Nilesh.
Yeah.
You're rushing the game. Yeah, and from the northern end, he bowls, and it's edged, and edged down comes. The score goes on now to 14 without loss.
Had there been a second slip or a first slip, gone right into the hands of the fielder, but we are playing T20, and the attacking field is not as commonly placed, and that ball flew away to the third man boundary for 4.
That was a genuine edge there by the left-handed Myers. Here is Kumar. He comes in again and bowls him, and this is straighter, looking to play it on the onside. It goes back along the track, and there is no run. At the end of the opening over, the West Indies chasing 192. They're 14 without loss.
Good start by the West Indies. Not losing wickets is the key. And the very first over of the dangerous Bhuvneshwar Kumar, they were able to get 14 runs. 1 extra in that over. And as the innings continues to progress, these two, the right-hand, left-hand combination of Brandon King and Kyle Myers has to continue and not put too much pressure on the middle order, because the middle order, Puran, Hetmeyer and Thomas, have had some issues, particularly in this format, accumulating runs. So a lot depends on this pair, and they have delivered in the past quite nicely.
It's going to be Avish Khan from the media center end, and they would, and let's see. Takes a high jump. Number 65 this is the umpire now in bowls, and this is a pitch right up. There's a loud appeal for leg before it goes down to short third man, and not out sees the umpire. Good start there by Avish Khan.
Yes, Avish Khan has had a forgettable tour so far, particularly when he was in Trinidad. He gave away a handful of runs, one over particularly 16 runs in at the Queen's Park Oval, and has not been in the thick of things trying to get wickets, but has been expensive as he comes into bowl the second ball.
Here he is, Khan, running away from us, steaming away from us. Outside the off stump, cut away, down to backward point, and that's 4. 18 without loss now, the West Indies.
Yes, again, Avish erring in his line, and 4 runs result. This is so important to keep your line and length in the right areas what you have planned. A slight mistake is going to cost you a lot. Avish Khan, as most of you know, comes from Madhya Pradesh.
I expected you to tell me that. Here is Avish Khan running away again from us. He bowls. That's a short delivery, and it's jumping, playing it down to short third man is a king. There is no run. 18 without loss, and you're seeing genuine pace here from Khan.
Yes, there is genuine pace. Hopefully, he's going to be in the amongst the wicket-taking bowlers, and that would boost up his confidence, because he's expecting a seat on the plane that is going to go to Australia as it leaves the shores of India for the World Cup come October, and for that he has to be amongst the wickets, and he has not been economical as he comes in right arm.
Yeah, he is now. He goes in, passes the umpire, bowls, and this is a delivery that's popped back into his hands. King goes, he's caught and bowled. The West Indies lose their first wicket. They're 18 for 1.
We were just talking about Avish Khan getting into the thick of things and getting a wicket, and that was a wicket-taking delivery. Surprised King a bit, and it scooped up back to the bowler in an easy cotton bowl taken by Avish Khan.
I think the pace of that is what took it back to Khan. If you see King, he did not take the bottom man away from that one. It rushed into him, and he held that pose, and he was able to only take the bottom man after the fact. The ball went back to Avish Khan. King goes for 13 off 8.
And you can see by the reaction of Avish Khan, he was pumped up. He says, yes, now I am a wicket-taking bowler, and that will give him a world of confidence as he continues to bowl in this, not only this over and the other 3 overs, because once a bowler gets a wicket, his demeanor changes significantly. Confidence is boosted significantly as well.
Here is Devon Thomas now in there. Devon Thomas gaining a promotion. He was the man who took the West Indies to their lone victory in the series, and they will be banking on him to keep this series alive. It's going to be Avish Khan to bowl to him, and he destroyed Avish Khan in that game that he took the West Indies to victory in St. Kitts. Let's see if he can continue in the same mold. He's up early in the innings. He'll be expected to play differently. Here's Khan. Comes into him, he bowls. He drives this now to Sharma. At cover, there is no run. The score remains 18 for 1.
Yes, Avish Khan is all pumped up now. He's conceded 4 runs in this over, and he has grabbed a wicket. And I think at the present time, the key for the West Indies is not to lose wickets. And having lost 1 wicket now, it puts pressure on Devon Thomas to give adequate support after the departure of Brandon King. It's now Mayers who will have to continue to bat well and bat confidently and aggressively as
here he is now from the fine. It's a Bhuvaneshwar Kumar to continue. Comes in and bowls to Maz. Maz looking to pull this away. Misses, all ends up. And through to Samson.
Yeah, that one just flew past him. A little quick on that stroke and eyeing that mid-wicket VIP stand, Vinod, but went straight into the safe gloves of Rishabh Pant instead.
Is your friend Bharat Thakkar in that VIP stand?
Bharat Thakkar is Bharat Thakkar is probably having the best seat in the house, I would imagine. It's not the VIP, not the VVIP, but I'll tell you later.
Here is Kumar, comes in again and bowls. This is short. That was quicker. And ducking underneath that one, Myers. It goes through to Samson again. Tied
It's-
on the way, though.
Yeah, it's the triple VIP location. That is where he's at.
Very good. Yeah, the score is 18 for 1. This is the third over. Myers on 4. And to be honest, Bhuvaneshwar has been bowling good to the left-handed Myers. Here he is now. He taps at the crease and waits for him from the northern end. Rushes past the umpire now, bowls, and this time he's looking for a quick single through the offside. Just playing it in front of him, and they're off and running.
Balls and keep the scoreboard ticking. That is the mantra of this T20 format. And as long as you keep the scoreboard ticking, it always puts pressure. As now they are 19 for 1 West Indies. And as long
Again, he leans forward and comes in. Bowls to Thomas. He's pushing this on the offside. That's a single. So this is a good sign by the West Indies. They're looking to rotate the strike. It has been a criticism of the West Indies team, even in the T20 matches, where they're not rotating the strike in the absence of boundaries.
Yes, I was looking at the Bangladesh series before India was in Trinidad. Against the Bangladesh series, one of the criticisms was the number of dot balls that the West Indies batsmen had.
He's again goes past the umpire, bowls, and this is drive down the ground. Not really in total control, but they're going to come back for 2 here, Myers. So that's 2. Pushes the score along now to 22 for 1.
Yeah, there was a vacant long off area, and he comfortably hoisted that, but didn't have that power in that stroke to carry it all the way to the boundary. Didn't time it as well as he probably would have liked, but nevertheless gets 2 runs as West Indies now moves on to 22 for 2 as Bhuvaneshwar gets ready to bowl the last ball of the 3rd over.
Here he is, Kumar. He comes in now, passes the umpire. This is short and looking to pull. In the end, getting out of the way. And it's the end of the over. The end of 3. The Indians are fighting back here now. The West Indies chasing 192. They're 22 for 1.
192, we know seems a long way away, but the key for the West Indies team is to keep the wickets intact. They'll probably target a bowler or 2 that they may have in mind. Bhuvaneshwar Kumar has conceded 9 runs of per over in the 2 overs he has bowled, but the last over he came back nicely, conceded only 4 runs, and the West Indies moving along to 22 for 1. Thomas on 1 and Mayers on 7.
Here's Avish Khan. He comes in again. Passes the umpire. And this is in the air. Looking to go down the ground. He's in trouble here, Thomas. And he goes. So Avish Khan strikes again. And the West Indies, they've lost their 2nd wicket.
Yes, Avesh Khan was all pumped up after the first over when he grabbed the wicket, and this time he has succeeded again. Give me a plane ticket to Australia is what Avesh Khan is telling the selectors at the present time. He is bowled well and has grabbed the 2nd wicket, and 2 wickets have fallen for the West Indies as I'm joined by Sunil Ramdin. Sunil, not the start that the West Indies would have liked.
Not the start they would have liked. Certainly not after getting off to that pretty good start in the first over. They've lost 2 key wickets. And I think now it gets into that area that you spoke about, Nilesh, that very uncertain middle order, which can either win you the game or they can falter.
Yes, you know, and again, the pressure of captaincy on Nicholas Puran. Now add on to that the pressure of chasing the target of 190 plus has to be on your mind, and you are playing in Florida in basically in a highly partisan. He's a star player. He's a tremendous left-handed cricketer, but this is a big ask.
And I think these are the kinds of games where you really need to stand up and make your mark and put your stamp on it. Avish, clearly, he was listening to you earlier, Nilesh. He heard you talk about him not been as economical, him needing to take wickets, and he's now bowled 1.1 overs and has 2 for 4.
Yes, he certainly has. And Avesh Khan has had a extremely successful IPL season for the Lucknow Super Giants, and he is very familiar with this format as he comes in right arm over the wicket.
And he's into Kyle Myers. This one is full. Myers drives, goes to an audacious drive. That one looking to hit it to the cover boundary. Missed it, however. Goes through to Rishabh Pant. It's a dot ball. The score remains on 22 for 2.
Yes, Mayers and Puran together now, and this is the pair that West Indies has to stitch a long partnership. This is the key. Yes, you have Hetmeyer and Powell and Jason Holder to come as the next 3 wickets, but this is the pair, I think, Sunil, that is the key for the West Indies to bring home this series to a 2-2 tie.
Avish once more into Kyle Myers. This one wide of the off stump. Myers tugs it from outside the off stump, gets it down to that mid-on position. There's cover there. It's just a single. They scamper through for a single. Brings Nicholas Puran on strike, and the score to 23 for 2.
Yeah, he's trying to pull the ball to the left of the fielder at mid-wicket, but he kind of mistimed that stroke, and they amble across for an easy single. As Avesh Khan is all pumped up in his second over, he's taken 2 for 5.
So the aggressive shot, Myers seems to be his go-to shot in this inning so far. Nilesh trying to get that ball into the onside. Hasn't been successful so far. Avish to Puran on strike. Right arm over the wicket, and this is a good ball on a good length. Puran works it down to third man. He's off the strike immediately. Takes the total on to 24 for 2.
You know, Sunil, when you're dry for wickets and you're not getting wickets, and then you get 1 wicket, and now your confidence is up. Now you get your second wicket in the second over. You are flying high.
And I think Avish will certainly be encouraged because Kyle Myers, he plays one way, and I don't think he's going to curb his enthusiasm. So I think Avish will feel he certainly has a chance at Myers just to get it in the right area. He has a fielder on the boundary in that cow corner position. In now to Myers. This one full and wide of the off stump. Myers drives, but there's cover on the point boundary. So it'll just be a single. Takes the score on to 25 for 2 after 3.5 overs.
We are seeing the replay of Avesh Khan bowling to King, and that variation is what tricked the batsman on that occasion. And Avesh Khan bowling from the pavilion end with the breeze has kind of settled down.
Yes, it's very calm as Khan, final ball of the 4th over into Puran. This one is down the leg side. Puran swings at it, doesn't make contact. The umpire signals wide, however. The West Indies do get one more one into the extras column, but that one was there for the taking. Puran, he would have been a little bit annoyed that he didn't make contact with that one, Nilesh.
Yes, and he knew it was drifting down the leg side, and that is an area where he loves to play the shots. And that time he certainly missed out.
So the West Indies, 3.5 overs into the power play, struggling at 26 for 2. Avish now, final ball into Puran. This one on the off stump. Puran just pushes it down to that mid-off position. Picks up an easy single. Takes the score to 27 for 2 after 4 overs. And that's the latest score from the Central Broward Regional Complex.
Yes, Nicholas Puran, what a success story, Sunil, after he had that injury with a torn patellar tendon and a fracture of the tibia bone in the leg, to come back after an injury of that magnitude and being laid up for so many months. It is that mental grit and the determination of Nicholas Puran. And while I was in Trinidad, Vinod took me around the Naparima College area, which is where Nicholas Puran went to study. And there was quite an educational drive for me where Nicholas Puran went and studied in the beautiful island of Trinidad.
Yes, I know there were many people who very concerned at the time Nicholas got into that car accident. But he's been able to make a really strong recovery, so much so that he's now captain of the West Indies white ball team.
Yes, he took over from Kyron Pollard, and I think the the big issue is going to be how much of the weight of captaincy is going to weigh in on his mind, particularly now in a situation like this, where he is the captain, he is the one responsible at the end of the day, along with his teammates.
So there's a bowling change. The left-handed Akshay Patel bowling. He's bowling to Paran, and Paran pulls that one on the front foot, and it's a good shot. Goes into the boundary, 4 runs, and that's Paran. He's going to be very key to this chase. Takes the score on to 31 for 2.
That's an area that Puran loves to pull on the mid-wicket square leg mid-on area, and if he gets a ball in that zone, as we can see, he will be having a feast.
So the left-handed Akshay Patel into Paran once more. He's down the wicket, pulls and pulls successfully once more. This one even better than the last shot. This one goes all the way. It's a maximum 6 runs. Nicholas Paran, he's on fire. The score is 37 for 2.
Nicholas Puran is saying, thank you, Akshay Patel. Keep giving me on my leg stump, keep feeding me there.
Nilesh, I have to ask you, this decision to bring the left-handed Akshay into the left-handed Puran, what do you think about that?
I think you have to make some changes to try and mix things up, because he is now bowling left arm over the wicket. He's trying to bring the ball into the left-handed Puran, but he's drifting down the leg side. That has been the problem.
Akshay once more into Puran. This one outside the off stump. Puran just plays it down to that fielder at that backward point position. There'll be no run. But Puran already taking 10 off this over. He's taken the score to 37 for 2.
Yeah, Akshay will probably try and target more off stump or just outside the off stump, feeding him on the leg and middle. Puran is going to have a party.
Patel once more into Puran, and Puran drives this time and drives well. He making good contact. That one well into the stands. It's another maximum. Puran, he really is feasting on Akshay Patel coming in. It's now 43 for 2.
Yes, 16 runs of the 4 deliveries that Akshay Patel has bowled. Now, Akshay Patel himself was in the action when he was batting, hoisting those 6s, now getting a taste of his own medicine. Sunil?
Well, Nicholas Puran, Peter was saying earlier, he's played a lot of cricket on this ground, and he really knows the conditions, and I think it's a great opportunity for him to capitalize.
He certainly is, and the onside is his strength as he...
Akshay around the wicket now to Puran. He goes down the wicket, drives and drives well once more, and that one is outside. This one clears the stand. That's another massive 6. Takes the score on to 49 for 2. Nicholas Puran, he's definitely in the mood today.
Yes, 3 6s and a boundary of Akshay Patel. And what a tremendous display of left-handed batting by Nicholas Puran. That was a superb shot and full swing of the bat and 6 runs, the maximum. And the crowd is enjoying it. Nevertheless, scores by the West Indies because
85 meters up Puran.
Yeah.
This time down the wicket, he's gonna be out. Nicholas Puran. That is a really, really terrible mix-up, pushing the ball into the offside, into the hands of the fielder. Started off down the wicket. No one knows where he was going and got stranded down the wicket. The return into the keeper. Puran, after that display of power hitting, well, he's practically handed his wicket to India, and he may very well have handed the series to them.
You just plundered 22 runs of 4 balls, and you're trying to go for a cheeky single. I mean, what is the point here? Because you have already scored amazing amount of runs in those 4 or 5 deliveries that you have faced, and now you just threw your wicket away, Nicholas Puran. That's a shame that Nicholas Puran is departed for 24 of just 8 deliveries. He was an absolute fire, and with that, the hopes of the West Indies trying to level the series at 2-2 now seem to be going down.
It's more than just a matter of it being 3 wickets down. I think, as you said, Nilesh, mentally, that would really have thrown the West Indies back. The manner in which he lost his wicket, he was really taking it to Akshay Patel. It's not what Captain Sharma would have had in mind, but he would take it.
He certainly would. He would love to see the back of Nicholas Puran heading back to the dugout. And as we see Nicholas just walking down below, he wanted to do a lot more. He was on fire, but unfortunately, because of that mix-up and the run-out, West Indies have lost the 3rd wicket. And when he was leaving, he was throwing his arms in desperation, looking at Mayers. His buddy, what happened here?
You can't fault Kyle Myers. I don't think you can fault Kyle Myers at all. So after 5 overs, 49 for 3. It's
Has-
Ashdeep into the attack, left arm over, bowling to Kyle Myers. And this one down the leg side, Miles flicks it away. There's no one on that fine leg boundary, crashes into the boundary now. That's 4 more runs, and it brings up the Windies 50, 53 for 3, as we have a change in the commentary team here. It's Peter De La Peña back in. And Peter, you know, I was quoting you just now, Peter, when you talked about Nicholas Puran being really familiar with this ground and really taking it to Akshay Patel, and then he goes and gets himself run out.
Well, you could tell the West Indies were doing well because the crowd went awfully silent during that 6th barrage. So you know West Indies are doing well here, even though it's a home game in name. It's a huge.
Pull it to the leg side, takes the leading edge of the bat, goes into the offside. They manage to run through for a single. Not the most convinced by Kyle Myers. Takes the score on to 54 for 3. The run rate 10.26, so it's where they would want it, but those 3 wickets.
Well, you might want to check his bat. There might be a hole in it, Sunil. It was a full toss right on his knees, and he swung right through it.
So Myers will definitely feel he would have missed out on that delivery. But Kyle Myers, he certainly needs to keep going. We're still in the power play, Peter, so they still need to make up some runs here. So I don't think they can be timid, even though they've lost 3 wickets.
Well, the run rate is good. If you look at where India were in their power play, it's roughly the same, and this is a good wicket, good track. The winds continue to pick up in the afternoon, so West Indies still in a decent position in spite of the loss of wickets.
Ravman Powell, the new batsman in. Ashdeep into Powell. This one is short. Powell pulls it away, pulls it down to that fine leg position. There's no one on that. This is what the West Indies would have wanted. 58 for 3. These batters, having seen the loss of their captain, it's up to them now to take it home.
Well, Robin Powell is another one of the West Indies guys who's played an awful lot of cricket here in Lauderhill, whether in West Indies colors or in some of the local events around the USA, and he's showing that experience in these conditions. Just short ball set up on his chest and whips it behind square with ease.
This one, a good length outside the off stump. Powell pushes it down to that cover boundary. There's a fielder on that boundary. Just 1 run. They amble through for a single. Takes the score to 59 for 3. Brings Kyle Myers back onto strike.
Kyle Myers is somebody who, he's got some history here. When he was with West Indies Under-19 back in 2011, he played as part of a touring squad that played the U.S. Under-19 team here at this facility. They absolutely annihilated the U.S. Under-19 team. That squad was captained by Craig Brathwaite. John Campbell scored a couple of centuries in that series.
Well, Ashdeep, here's Ashdeep into Myers now. And this one is good ball on the pad. That one, I think, not sure if Myers got any bat on it. He did scamper through for a single, looking for whether the umpire will signal. Does appear to have gotten some bat on it. So 1 more to the total. Good delivery. That one swinging in to Myers. Had him in a bit of trouble. Takes the score to 60 for 3 after 5.5 overs.
A lot of players notable in West Indies domestic cricket in that squad. Kevin Hodge was also part of that group. I believe Ronsford Beaton came to Florida as part of that group. There's a lot of guys who get their way through here.
Ashdeep conceding 9 in the over so far into Powell, and Powell just works that into the offside. They are able to amble through for an easy single. Takes the score to 61 for 3. At the end of the power play, I think certainly the West Indies, they'd be pleased with the runs, Peter, but not the loss of wickets. 3 wickets down.
Well, without that run out, you'd put them as favorites. Nicholas Puran was cruising 24 off 8 balls, and then just catastrophe with that run out. He was on a different wavelength compared to Kyle Myers. He wanted that tip and run single to keep the strike for the start of the 6th over, and Myers just was not aware of the plan. He didn't get the memo, Sunil.
131 required now off 84 deliveries. Puran, he was hitting that ball so sweetly. You felt, you got excited. You thought. So it is Akshay continuing after going for 22 in his first over with Puran out. His captain opting to keep him in. It's Ravman Powell on strike, the right-handed Ravman Powell. To Akshay bowling around the wicket into Powell. Powell just pushes this one into the offside. There'll be no run. The score remains on 61 for 3.
And Robin Powell, formerly, played some matches here with Jamaica Tallawas when the Tallawas were using this venue as their home site. So again, he's played an awful lot of cricket here.
Aksha into Powell once more. Powell works that one into the leg side. The fielder runs around from behind square leg. There's protection on the boundary. Keeps it to a single. The total moves on to 62 for 3 after 6.2 overs. Brings the left-handed Kyle Myers into strike against Aksha Patel. Can he replicate what Nicholas Puran did?
There's no reason not to. It's such a good wicket.
Aksha in now to Myers. Myers pulls, tries to do it. Doesn't make good contact. There is a short fine leg, and that ball makes its way down to short fine leg. There'll be no run.
He's got to be
remains on 62 for 3.
He's got to be careful because Aksha's bowling tight on his body.
Aksha, this one outside the off stump. Miles goes after it, but doesn't make good contact. There's a fielder on that backward point boundary. They do get a single. Takes Myers off strike, 64 for 3.
Aksha bowling around the wicket to Myers, trying to cramp him on the body because if he hits to the leg side, he's hitting into the wind. So he's got the boundary protection out there and the wind aiding his bowling. He wants to keep it tight.
Aksha into the right-handed Powell. Powell drives that one on the onside, but again, protection on the boundary. The power play has been completed, so there's a bit of extra protection allowed. They just amble through for a single.
Yeah, anything short and wide to Myers, anything tight on the body to Powell, that's where Aksha Patel is going to get in trouble coming around the wicket. He needs to use the wind.
Patel once more into Kyle Myers. Myers drives that one up in the air. Will it go over the boundary? Will it be taken? We're waiting. It's into the hands of the fielder. Kyle Myers just could not get enough behind that ball. He's gone. Kyle Myers, the West Indies lose their 4th wicket. It's now 64 for 4, and things are falling away quickly.
Well, he tried to create room by backing away from the stumps. He wanted to create room to the offside to get the ball up in the air and use the wind that's blowing out that side, but Aksha saw him backing away and just dragged it wider. It made it very difficult to play the shot, and instead of middling it, because he was backing away and Akshar dragged it so far outside off stump, he got it really off the toe of the bat, and it just failed to carry over the rope. Caught a yard inside and well balanced by Deepak Huda to keep his balance. Sometimes you see that self-relay, but he had the body in such a good position, he didn't even need to flick it up to himself. Held on to it very, very well.
Really good catch by Huda. And again, Kyle Myers finding himself out of position to play the shot that he wanted to play. As you said, Peter still went through with it, and it ended up costing him his wicket. After 7 overs, Aksha coming back well, conceding 22 in his first over, getting a wicket for just 3 runs in this his second over, now with figures of 1 for 25. And after 7 overs, the West Indies are 64 for 4 at the Central Broward Regional Complex.
It's really clever from Akshar because Myers just telegraphed it a bit too soon. If he had waited just a split second longer, he would have really been in a good position to play that shot much better. But because he telegraphed his back away from leg stump too soon, it allowed Akshar the opportunity to just adjust his line, make it much more difficult to play that shot. And here's Shimron Hetmeyer coming to the crease. He's the only player to score a CPL century at this ground. Did it for Guyana Amazon Warriors back a couple years ago when they were playing matches here in Florida. It was under the lights.
And his team will be hoping he can replicate that. A change in the bowling now. It's Bishnoi, is it? Bowling to Rovman Powell. That first delivery outside the off stump. Powell tries to paddle it, didn't make contact, no run. Score remains on 64 for 4. Bishnoi over the wicket. It is very unique action. Wrist spin. Powell goes to drive, and this comes off the edge of the bat. There's a slip in play now with the leg spinner. Now coming in from the media center end.
Looks like it just came off the toe of the bat and didn't carry to slip. He definitely got some wood on that. Now Rohit Sharma, captain, is coming to have a chat to Bishnoi in between deliveries from his position at slip. And fortunate for Robin Powell there that he didn't get more bat on it, or else it would have carried to Rohit Sharma, but it just short hopped him coming off the toe of the bat to the captain at slip.
Bishnoi, another player, seeking to make stake a claim for a World Cup position in now to bowl to Rovman Powell. This one on the off stump. Powell gets back, just pushes it into the offside. There'll be no run.
Yeah, usually in the past when Shimron Hetmeyer's been here, he's got a lot of support. When Guyana Amazon Warriors would play here in Trinbago Night Riders, there was huge support for those two teams. A lot of Guyanese would travel down from New York. Obviously, those in the Florida community as well.
Bishnoi in now once more to Powell. Powell just works it into the offside, and they amble through for a single. Takes the score on to 65 for 4. It'll bring the left-handed Shimron Hetmeyer into strike, and again, his team will be hoping that he can replicate that CPL form that you talked about, Peter.
Yeah, in the past, you get a lot of Guyanese support, a lot of Trinidadian support for those CPL matches, but it's a different story today. Overwhelmingly, the crowd is in favor of India here. There have been some West Indian fans I've spotted and chatted to roving around the crowd today, Sunil. They are out there. They're trying to make their presence felt.
Well, if Hetmeyer comes good, I'm sure we'll feel their presence. The current run rate and required run rate, there's some gap there now. Required 10.3, going at 8.48 as Bishnoi, with his 5th delivery of the 8th over, into Hetmeyer. Hetmeyer works it into the leg side. Easy single, gets off the mark, takes the score on to 66 for 4.
I got to give a shout out to everybody listening on Liberty Avenue, Lefferts Boulevard, up in Queens, Little Guyana.
And you know, every entertainment spot, every bar, every restaurant, they'll be tuned into the cricket, and they'll be hoping for a West Indies victory as Bishnoi in once more to Rovman Powell. And this one on the off stump, Powell drives, but again, there's cover on that boundary. They can only get a single. And a good over from Bishnoi, his first over, going for just 3 runs. The West Indies after 8 overs, 67 for 4 in reply to India's total of 191.
Just slowing down the run rate a little bit, showing why that wicket of Poron in particular was so important, because he was flying 24 off 8 balls. Kyle Myers never really got going. He tried to play that release shot, caught on the boundary by Deepak Hoda, who's got 2 catches. But Rovman Powell or Shimron Hetmeyer, one of these two, just needs to get set, take another over maybe before they start to get going, because they can't allow this run rate to get too far.
Patel continuing once more into Powell. Powell down the wicket and pulls it, tugs it really into that onside. They will come through for 2 runs. Takes the total up now to 68 for 4. If you've just joined us, Brandon King, he went for 13. Kyle Myers, he just went for 14. Devon Thomas made 1. And Nicholas Buran, after well played 24, was run out. As Akshay Patel once more into Rovman Powell. A really unusual shot, drives it, but he executes really well, Peter. And that one clears the long off boundary. It's 6 runs. And we see some Indian fans holding on to their heads. It's 75 for 4.
That was pure muscle from Rovman. Just sat up, pack of length, and he just flat batted it over long off.
This one, Aksha into Rovman Powell, plays across the line. There's a muted appeal as Powell tries to pull that one down to square leg. Didn't make a good contact, just trickles out into the onside, and there'll be no run.
It was really an identical delivery to the one that Kyle Mayers got out to. It was short and wide on about 8th stump, and instead of coming off the toe of the bat, he nailed it firmly out of the middle.
Aksha once more into Rovman Powell. This one on the off stump, and he swings once more. This one high in the air. Will it get over the boundary? Will he succumb? And it gets over the boundary now. It's another maximum. Rovman Powell may have had his heart in his hands for just a moment, but as you said, muscle Powell getting it over the boundary once more, taking that one up from wide outside the off stump, a 79-meter 6.
You said his heart may have been in his hands. I know it's in his stomach. Spinach. He had his spinach for breakfast. He's got the Popeye muscles working right now, Sunil.
So taking it to Aksha once more, 81 for 4. Aksha tries to go wide, but a bit too wide. And the umpire signals that extra now. 111 more needed to win from 68 balls. The muscle is there. Can they hold their nerves? Aksha in 5th ball of his over into Powell. It's a full delivery. Powell drives and drives with power, but does not clear the fielder this time. It's a really good catch I think it's Huda once more running around from that long on position, and Rovman Powell another one after demonstrating some power hitting. He perishes. The West Indies 82 for 5 now after 8.5 overs and in big, big trouble.
Well, sometimes a bad ball is a good ball. In T20, this was a low full toss right about ankle height, and because of that, he got it off the toe of the bat, and as Rovman Powell is walking off, he's punching his bat in anger over and over, punching his bat 3-4 times, and now as he crosses the rope, he wails the boundary triangle foam with his bat. He is furious with that dismissal because he already had the 2 sixes off the over, Sunil. He didn't need to really go for that shot. Coming as it did at ankle height, if he just punched it down the ground for one and just lived to fight another day, another delivery, he was dominating that battle with Akshar Patel. He was muscling, intimidating him. Anytime the ball was short, sat up, he just continued to clear long off. But again, that low full toss, you see R. Ashwin talk about it at times, where that low full toss can almost be a clever delivery, intentional delivery to take wickets because it is so hard to get under it coming so low down the bat. And you see the evidence of that right there with Rovman Powell trying to hit a third six in the over, and it just comes too low down the bat. Easy catch for Deepak Huda. About 3 yards in from the rope. He had about 15 yards to cover, moving to his left right in front of the sight screen, but made the distance very, very well and took a chest-high catch, and Rodman is really, really fuming after that wicket.
So Jason Holder, the new batsman, to face the final delivery by Patel, he just pushes it out into the offside. There'll be no run after 9 overs, 82 for 5, and once more, Peter, we see a situation where the West Indies, and look, they've shown that they can definitely take on the bowling, but once more, they haven't done themselves any favors. We've seen several dismissals in this innings that really you think were unnecessary.
Well, again, the required run rate right now is 10 and over. They already had 2 sixes in that over. They won the over. They had the run rate in check, and he forced Akshar Patel into bowling a wide because that intimidation was there. He was winning the mental battle, and then he just gave it away. It was really unnecessary.
Shades of Nicholas Puran once more, because again, Puran had a very successful over, and off that final delivery, did something that that was unnecessary. So the West Indies, they need 110 more runs. Khan at a run rate of over 10. Avish Khan, he's been brought back into the attack. He's had 2 wickets for 9 runs so far. On strike will be Hetmeyer. And Hetmeyer will certainly have a lot on his mind, because now he is very much the key to this innings.
Well, he's done it before at this ground, not necessarily in West Indies cars and Guyana Amazon Warrior cars, but
close enough.
He's close enough, exactly. And if he can just turn back the clock to what he did a few years ago, West Indies still have a chance in this game.
Avish will be wanting to pick up wickets here. Over the wicket to Hetmeyer. That one wide of the off stump. Hetmeyer, no movement of his feet really, just wafted his bat at that delivery. Probably lucky that it didn't end up worse than it did, just trickling into the offside, and there'll be no run.
So another group of Guyanese players rolling around the media box earlier. Shiv Chanderpaul, the USA women's coach, has been wandering around here, and Sue Shivnarine, who played not just for the West Indies but also captained USA. He's here today.
Avish once more to Hetmeyer. Hetmeyer drives through the offside, but there is protection on that cover boundary. They run through for a single. Takes the score onto 83 for 5, brings Jason Holder on strike.
There's a group of people who wanted pictures with Shiv earlier out in the media box. They were standing next to each other, and you had to ask, which Shiv?
Well, actually, I just came from St. Lucia, where Tej Narain Chanderpaul is part of the West Indies A team that is taking on Bangladesh, and they're doing very, very well. As we see a helicopter just flying over the ground, maybe an indication that we should see some helicopter shots if the West Indies are to try and win this game. Avish into Holder, not known for his helicopter shots, Jason Holder, and pulls out of his delivery. Avish Khan, the umpire signals dead ball now. And the score remains on 83 for 5 after 9.2 overs. The West Indies require 109 more to win from 64 balls. Shimron Hetmeyer is there. He can hit the ball. Jason Holder's there. Akil Hussain still to come. He can hit the ball a bit.
Oh, looks like a medical helicopter, and I'm just wondering if they're landing here. In the past, there's been a lot of fans who've had to get medical attention because they're dehydrated. It is hot, it is humid, it is uncomfortable.
And it's packed.
Yes.
Avish once more into Holder. This one is short, and that's saying a lot. Holder, 6-7. Works that one down to fine leg. Picks up a single. Takes the score on to 84 for 5 now.
And there's still some firepower left here for West Indies. Even though they're 5 down, it's definitely an uphill battle from here, but it's not an insurmountable one. Holder and Hetmeyer definitely can make up the required run rate. Again, this is a quick scoring ground. You almost feel like 191 is under par, especially with the way West Indies dragged the total back after the power play that India had. So it's still very much chaseable.
Avish over the wicket now, right-handed Avish into Hetmeyer. He drives, but does not beat the field on the offside. There's no run. So Avish, certainly, he's had a really, really good day so far.
It's really impressive seeing some of the younger faces, newer faces, whether it's Avish Khan, Bishnoi, Arshdeep Singh, so many of the newer talents that have emerged through this year's IPL in particular. And it just shows the incredible depth that India has.
Avish once more into Shimron Hetmeyer. This one short, and Hetmeyer pulls and makes good contact. That's a good-looking shot. He's going to get maximum value for that all around the ground, that is. It's a boundary. So that will certainly give Shimron Hetmeyer some encouragement. Takes the score onto 88 for 5. Good-looking shot. Avish Khan, of course, going a bit short this time. Hetmeyer was up for it. And he certainly needs, at this point, Peter, I think, to challenge that run rate.
Well, there's no protection at deep mid-wicket, so it was a free boundary. Just sat up on, off stump. Big gap between deep square leg and long on. He picked it well.
Final ball of the 10th over. Avish into Hetmeyer. Just works it into that offside, but they don't go through for the single. So that'll be a dot ball to end the 10th over. The score after 10, 88 for 5. We'll have a change in the commentary position. Nilesh Mehta is going to be in, and he will be joined by Vinod Mamchan. Nilesh.
Thank you, Sunil. 88 for 5. At one point, the way Nicholas Puran was batting, it almost seemed like he had an appointment to go somewhere and finish the game in a hurry. But unfortunate run out has led to the downfall of the West Indies batting, as they have been reduced to 88 for 5. At the mid portion of this game, 10 overs have been bowled, and Holder is batting on 1 of 2 deliveries, and Hetmeyer batting on 6. 2 new batsmen at the crease. Hetmeyer certainly is very capable of putting on a great show and bringing West Indies home, as long as Holder can hang on at the other end. And Holder also a wonderful stroke maker and a run getter by no stretch of imagination himself. The pick of the Indian bowlers at the moment has been Avesh Khan, who, after having had a forgettable tour of the West Indies so far, has now come alive, and in each of his first 2 overs he has grabbed a wicket, and that has boosted Avesh Khan's confidence significantly. We know the crowd at this juncture enjoying themselves. I'm sure that the West Indies fans who are here are disappointed, because at one point we know the West Indies team was looking quite good with Nicholas Puran on absolute fire.
Yeah, I think the West Indies, they're still in the game. Of course, 104 in 10. But they've lost too many wickets. But they're still in the game. What needs to happen now is for Hetmeyer and Holder to just keep them in the game. Keep them within touching distance of that required rate. And look to bat overs. And, you know, you look to take it down to 50 or 5. and or 60 of 6 with 5 wickets in hand, and the complexion should look differently because of the fact that the West Indies bat deep. Now you have two guys out there at the moment who could hit the ball, but Holder, I think here, being a former captain, has to temper Hetmeyer and just they need to work it together. Hetmeyer has a lot of experience in T20 cricket, so one hopes for a West Indian sake that he can keep it together. So it's 88 for 5. Like to say, good afternoon to our crew, our Cricket 360 crew down in St. Lucia, covering the West Indies A versus Bangladesh A game. So rain is falling at the moment. Bangladesh A, of course, 163. The West Indies 197 for 4. This is a delivery that comes back into Holder, backing away as Bishnoi is bowling from the northern end, and there is no run. So we have our crew out there, Michael Rupwa, Jason Basad, and of course, Matthew Rajaram. Here is Bishnoi from the far end. Comes in on bowl, Holder laps it away around the corner, runs here for him. Ashdeep Singh attacks. Holder has long legs, he's going to go back for 2. Takes the score now to 90 for 5. Can't forget Greg Wilson out there as well in the St. Lucia.
I was quite fortunate enough to have interacted with the Cricket 360 staff at the Queen's Park Oval, and I must tell you, not because you are standing next to me, that you have put together an excellent crew, Vinod.
Of course, and the guys are working very hard. It's going to be Bishnoi to continue from the northern end. Here he is. Starts and stops. And at the moment, he is in his second over, none for 5. He has been very good, Bishnoi. Here he is now. Holder, looking to hit this somewhere out of the park. Fails to make contact, and there is no run.
You know, then of course, India did not play Hardik Pandya today, and of course, he is such an important component as an extra bowler, 6th bowler or the 5th bowler.
Here's Bishnoi is in. Holder looking to pull this. Well fielded by skipper Sharma there at mid-on. In fact, that keeps the score to 90 for 5. So Holder getting a bit anxious here.
Sharma now moving down deeper into the mid-on area.
Here is Bishnoi is in. Holder goes outside the off stump and slug sweeps this into Ashdeep's hand. It's in and out, so that's 6 runs. Lucky there, Holder. He had to go outside the off stump to fetch that. Bishnoi again bowling a googly, and he got it into and out of the hands of Ashdeep Singh's on the deep backward square boundary. That's 6. That's a welcome 6 for the West Indies. 96 now for 5.
Absolutely welcome 6, and Arshdeep Singh had to run to his left and had his hands outstretched.
Holder is driving now through the offside. That's a lovely shot for 4. What a way to bring up the 100 for the West Indies. They're now 100 for the loss of 5 after 11.
Yes, Jason Holder has come alive. Last 2 deliveries are 6 and a 4, and 12 runs coming off Ravi Bishnoi's second over. He has conceded 15 runs in the 2 overs he has bowled so far. West Indies now 100 for 5 after 11 overs, chasing 192 to win. They need 92 runs to win off 54 balls.
Well, if these two can keep them in the game, as I said before, keep wickets in hand, you never know what can happen. Akil Hussain is yet to come. He's a man who can really go after the bowling. We saw what he did against England earlier this year. Alzari Joseph is also another one who can really go after the bowling.
Now, pretty soon they'll be starting to count the number of balls and the number of runs required. And we will continue to provide you on the air as well how many runs and how many balls ratio is required as we move forward in this 4th T20 between India and the West Indies, played at this beautiful Broward County Stadium here in southern Florida. Packed audience, Vinod.
So it's going to be Ashdeep Singh from the media center end. 11 overs already gone, 100 for 5. The West Indies keeping up with the run rate, but they've lost 5 wickets. Here's Ashdeep Singh up to the wicket now. He bowls, and Hetmyer is driving through the offside. The sweeper on the cover boundary comes into the action. Gets one. It's now 101 for 5.
Holder batting on 13 and Hetmyer on 7. Now, this is Arshdeep Singh's second over. Arshdeep, of course, a bright young prospect, doing quite well in the IPL and getting a place on this West Indies tour.
He's done well. You know, he was here for the entire ODI series, did not get a look in, but has done well in the T20 segment. He's now going to go around the wicket to Holder. Let's take a look at the field. There's a short third man point, cover on the boundary, mid off, long on. There's a mid on and the backward square. Here he is, round the wicket. He's into Holder. Holder is driving through the offside. He could be in problems, and he's out caught. Unnecessary at this point in time, and Jason Holder has to leave. It's 101 for 6.
Yes, that was not the shot that Holder probably wanted to play. He didn't time it well enough and just ballooned up in the air, and he was hoping that he's going to get a 6 off that particular shot, but Arshdeep Singh really foxed him with the one that kind of was outside the off stump. He got the bottom of the bat on that one as it went straight to the fielder, and he was caught by Sanju Samson of Arshdeep Singh. Sanju Samson, of course, the wicket keeper, but now is fielding in the outfield since Rishabh Pant is keeping the wickets. A rare occasion where 2 wicket keepers are playing in the same 11. 101 for 6 is what the West Indies is. The last wicket down is Jason Holder, out for 13 of 9 balls. Hetmyer is batting on 7, and Akil Hussain from Trinidad is now at the crease joining Shimron Hetmyer, and Arshdeep Singh grabs his first wicket of this match.
Yeah, Holder. That was an unnecessary shot that Holder played. It was he was not thinking there, and he has to leave.
And you had rightly said, that for those 2 players, Holder has to stay and continue to give support, but that particular rash stroke, not timed properly, gave an unnecessary wicket, and West Indies are now reeling literally at the present time, and now it's up to Hussain and Hetmyer to make something happen. Still, I think West Indies can make a game out of it.
Yeah, they'll need something special now because wickets are tumbling. They've lost 6 wickets. As I said before, they're up there with the run rate, but they've lost 6 wickets. That is going to play on the mind of those out there. And Hetmyer, he has been in there for a while. He has 7 of 7. Hussain has just joined the party. And it's going to be Arshdeep Singh, who has been good in this series. Up to the wicket now, bowls to Hussain, and that's pitched right up. And Arshdeep Singh kicks it with his left foot, and I think the ball struck him on the ankle.
Hussain can hit some lusty blows. We have seen him do that. So if he just hangs around and gives enough support to Shimron Hetmyer at the other end, we could be in for a close finish.
Take a Herculean effort now with all those wickets down. This time he's back, pushing it down to point. There is no run. Score is 101 for 6. This is over number 12. If the West Indies lose today, they lose the series 3-1.
Well, the game is not over yet, so the West Indies fans would certainly hope for some Hetmyer fireworks with support from Akil Hussain. Akil Hussain batting on 0 at the moment of 2 deliveries.
Slow delivery again, pitched up, attempted the Yorker. Hussain comes forward and pushes it to Sharma at cover. There is no run. Hetmyer goes down to have a word with him, Probably telling him, look, just look to rotate the strike. Look at the areas where you can get a single.
Yeah, this has been a good over by Arshdeep Singh. He's not only contained the batsman but taken a wicket also, and is attempting to bowl those in-swinging Yorkers to the left-handed Akil Hussain as he's ready to bowl the last ball of this particular over.
There he goes again. He bowls, and Hussain struck on the pad. There's an appeal, a stifle appeal for leg before. Not out, says the umpire. He would have been struck outside the off stump. And it brings the over to an end. A very good over there by Arshdeep Singh. He has taken 1 for 11 and 2. At the end of 12, the latest score at the Central Broad Regional Park. West Indies chasing 192. They are 101 for 6.
Yeah, we had spoken earlier, Vinod, about this application in the middle order for the West Indies, and things were really going well when Nicholas Purwan was batting. He scored 24 of 8 deliveries, and that unfortunate run out. Roman Powell also was batting quite well, and then he holed out to the boundary, scored 24 of 16 deliveries. Mayers and King did not really get going as well, and now West Indies need 91 runs of 48 balls as we are ready to see the 13th over of the match.
So it's going to be Bishnoi to continue from the far end. It's bowling to the left-handed Hetmeyer. And Bishnoi, who operates in the main with googlies. Now and then you get a leg spinner. He'll be taking it away from the left-handed Hetmeyer. Hetmeyer is forward, plays it back to him. So it's very hot today in Central Broward. You feel it for those cameramen. This time Hetmeyer gets one that turns slowly into him, and he plays it back on the onside.
Yes, these dot balls are the ones that are going to hurt the West Indies. Yes, he's bowling more googlies than leg break, but he's a left-handed batsman. So I think at this point in time, they need to up the ante.
Hetmeyer backing away, and the ball again, a googly turning away from him. Not in control. Gets it to cover. There is no run.
Yes, 3 consecutive dot balls by Ravi Bishnoi continues to add pressure on the batsman as Hetmeyer gets settled to face the 4th ball of Bishnoi's 3rd over.
There he is. He comes in on bowls. Hetmeyer is again backing away, cutting down to point. Sharma is there. Still no run. So 4 dot balls here, and this is what leads to silly shots when they can't rotate the strike. Pressure seems to be mounting here. This time he's forward, pushes it to cover to take a quick single, and he's able to get off strike. Hussain has faced 4 deliveries, hasn't scored. So a period where 8 deliveries were sent down without a run being scored, and that summarizes the batting problem that the West Indies have had for quite a while.
And if you add Hussain as well as Hetmeyer's 16 balls, for 16 balls they have scored only 8 runs.
Well, Sharma is going to add pressure now. This is good captaincy. The left-handed Hussain is on strike, and Sharma comes into the first slip. The backward square comes into a fine leg, short fine leg. And Arshdeep Singh comes up from third man to a short third man. Hussain drives down to long off for 1. It brings the over to an end. Another good over there by Bishnoi. His 3 overs, just 17 runs. And at the end of 13, the West Indies chasing 192, 103 for 6.
A very economical over for Ravi Bishnoi with his googlies that is bowling to the left-handers. And at this point in time, as Vinod very appropriately said, that these dot balls are hurting the West Indies, and the number of dot balls that this particular pair has had so far keeps bringing the required run rate creeping up rather quickly
Bhuvaneshwar Kumar, 2 overs for 18. Avish Khan, 3 overs, 2 for 15. Aksa Patel, 3 overs, 2 for 4. None for 17. The bowlers so far for India.
I think this tells you about the depth of the Indian bowling. We don't have Ravindra Jadeja, we don't have Hardik Pandya, and the players who are stepping up to the plate, who are here to make their presence felt, and this is what brings the bench strength that we talked about earlier into play. There are these players who bring so much to the table as Bhuvaneshwar Kumar gets ready to bowl his third over from the pavilion end.
So he has switched ends. Here he is, Bhuvaneshwar Kumar. He bowls outside the off stump. And this is driven away down the long off by Hussain for 1. So the West Indies, they now require a further 89 to win. And we've seen 13 overs in the bag.
Yes, this is a bit disappointing to see what is happening at the present time for the West Indies. Ones and twos, unfortunately, is not going to cut it if they want to get to the bottom line with a W in this match. Bhuvaneshwar comes in right arm over the wicket.
Here he is, he's up to the wicket now, bowls, and this is outside the off stump. Hitmaya fetches it, hits it down to long on for 1.
It's trying to find the gap, Vinod, between deep mid-on and wide mid-on. There are two fielders patrolling the boundary, and it went straight to the fielder as Deepak Huda acknowledges the crowd for the cheer that he got for fielding on the fence. That partisan Indian crowd on the long on, mid-on boundary.
Here is Kumar. In his third over, pitched up, looking to play it down to third man and not making contact with Hussain. It goes through to Pant, and there is no run. So Pant holding the gloves today.
Yeah, Pant and Sampson in the same team. We also have Ishan Kishan as well. So 3 outstanding batsmen who all keep wickets as well. So a plethora of wicket-keeping options for India.
Here's Kumar, comes in again outside the off stump. That one dies on the way to the wicket keeper. No run. So the Indians are really turning the screws here on the West Indies. 105 for 6. This is over number 14 in progress. Next up for the West Indies, starting on the 10th of August, is the New Zealand tour. The first ODI at Kensington is on the 10th, the second on the 12th, and the third is on the 14th. And then they go across to Barbados for 3 matches as well. This time this is outside the off stump, pulling it away down to deep mid wicket, and Hussain is off strike. 106 for 6.
86 runs required of 37 balls. The equation getting tougher and tougher as these dot balls continue to hurt the West Indies rather painfully, because the target keeps going up and you lose out on the number of balls. It's going to be a foregone conclusion for the West Indies unless something happens quickly.
Outside the off stump, looking to drive through the offside. That one hits the toe end of the bat. He's in trouble here, Atmaya. He was going down, charging down the track. He gets back in, and it's the end of the over. The end of over number 14, the latest score here at the Central Broad Regional Park. The West Indies chasing 192 and 106 for 6.
Yes, 36 more balls left for the West Indies batsman to face. And we have seen the replay. He's back into the crease and is not out. But it was a close call on that occasion. 192 to chase for the West Indies batsman, having lost wickets in regular intervals. That has been the feature of this West Indian batting. Brandon King was caught and bowled Avesh Khan for 13. Kyle Mayers caught Huda, bowled Patel for 14. Devon Thomas caught Huda, bowled Avesh Khan 1. Nicholas Puran, unfortunate run out for 24 as Bishnoi gets ready with his 4th over.
He is from the far end. He comes in now, bowls to Hussain. Hussain, he launches this. It's going to go down to long on, and that's the end of that. Hussain goes. It's a 106 for 7.
Yes, we know that is an unfortunate, series of events, I would say, as wickets have continued to tumble for the West Indies in this chase, which at one point seemed quite gettable, I thought. But I think that Nicholas Puran run out took the wind out of the sails for the West Indies batting, and that was unfortunate. And after that, it has been a series of wickets that have fallen.
Well, when you're chasing any target, you should have a plan in place. And the way the West Indies have approached this, obviously, there was none. Or if there is one, they have not been able to execute.
Akil Hussain, the last wicket, out for 3. And look, he faced 10 deliveries for his 3 runs. So there were 7 dot balls for Akil Hussain. Now, Akil Hussain is a stroke maker. He can hit big sixes. He can pummel the ball on the onside. That is his strength. But on this occasion, whether it was the Bishnoi googlies to the left-hander that foxed him, or whether it was a mindset thing, we do not know.
Unfortunate, he goes. Normally, he's one who targets the opposition bowlers and goes after them. So Hetmyer, they would have crossed. He is on strike now. And Dominic Drakes, another man who can hit the ball, is out there. So it's going to be Bishnoi getting his first wicket today. 1 for 17 in his 4th over. And the forward is Hetmyer, plays it right back to him. There is no run.
Yeah, you just almost feel like, okay, now when are you going to start? When are you going to start hitting and pounding the ball? Because this is a T20 match. You require 86 runs of the next 34 balls.
Here's Bishnoi. Into Hetmyer. He is looking to get this away down to a fine leg. Fine leg is attacking that, and there again, no run.
Is Hetmyer generally a kind of a slow starter in T20?
Yes, he is, but this is too slow. He needs to pull the trigger now. Look at that. 9 of 16. Here's Bishnoi into Hetmyer. He's making room and crashing this through the offside. This will go for 4. Well, that'll make him feel a lot better. And the score goes on now to 110 for 7.
Yeah, West Indies needs a whole bunch of those sort of strokes. Not only along the ground, but in the aerial route as well, to get them 6s and 4s to keep the scoreboard ticking. Dot balls are not welcome at the present stage for the West Indies batsman, as Bishnoi gets ready to bowl his 5th delivery, coming in from the north end, right arm over the wicket. And he hits it deep into the crowd for a majestic 6.
Now, that's a big one. He's decided to turn it up.
Vinod, I think he heard you. It's a time to turn this ante up, and then, yes, you've seen 2 strokes back to back. And Bishnoi has been taken in the aerial route, and a full swing of the bat, and 6 runs out of the park. As now Hetmyer has decided that he needs to unleash his power. West Indies now 116 for 7. Last ball of the Bishnoi over. He has conceded 10 in this over. Drakes hasn't had Hetmyer on 19.
So 76 needed off 31. Here's Bishnoi. He's into him. He's backing away and he's bowled. Hetmyer has to go. Well, he's standing there as if to suggest. He's telling the umpire he didn't know what happened there. So let's wait and see. There's the replay. He was back. And yes, he's bowled. So Hetmyer has to leave. And the West Indies, another nail driven into the coffin of the West Indies. As let me say, good afternoon to German. Good afternoon, German.
Hi, Finod, how you doing?
Well, I'm good, but the West Indies dug out. I don't think they are. 116 for this is going to be a massive win here for the Indians.
Yes, indeed. A difficult task made even more difficult by the performance of the batsmen so far. As it relates to the application, it has been indeed poor. And as we saw in the Hetmyer dismissal a short while ago, nowhere there for the delivery. Ball crashing into the stumps. And he would have been someone who is coming back into the West Indies game, not being necessarily on form, but hopefully wanting to take the game home for the West Indies, but it didn't happen.
Yeah, 19 of 19. And your good friends from the Ramdeen comes a-calling.
Yeah, so how comes what we find is the wicketkeeper batsman Thomas. He played well in the West Indies' only victory of the tour so far. And he's no doubt, I mean, Jake's actually comes out. He's the all-rounder who bowled particularly well in the first innings. As a matter of fact, if it wasn't for his bowling performance, especially in that final over, India may have made over 200. But an all-rounder, member of the West Indies under-19 winning team in 2016, comes here making a name, trying to make a name, but it's a huge task.
Yeah, the West Indies staring another huge defeat in the face. It's certainly not what they would have wanted, Jermaine Chimran Hetmyer, as we seen on the replay here in our commentary position. He really, it was a shot that was all around the ball, as we see Avish now into bowl to the left-handed Drakes, and that'll be no run.
Yes, so, it looks as if it will be an Akanta here for the Indians, unless something, if one may say miraculously happen. And Drake's, shows not only as per his bowling standards or capabilities as he did in the first innings, but batting with some sixes, because otherwise it's, eggs one.
Well, someone needs to wish upon a star. It's 116 for 8 after 15.1 overs. The target is 192. As Avish into Drakes, he just pushes forward to that delivery, comes off the outer edge of the bat, goes down to third man. They'll get a single, but singles won't help at this stage of the game. It's 117 for 8 after 15.2.
Yes, and for what it is worth, he doesn't look like a big hitter. And, he looks like more stroke playing type. If we had somebody maybe like a Kari Pierre, left-arm spinner, who can hit the ball, etc. And,
I'll tell you what, Alzari Joseph, who's on strike now, he can hit it, but he certainly has to be in the mood, as Avish now into Alzari Joseph. There's an appeal for leg before. The umpire's not interested. Will they go for a review? His teammates are encouraging Avish, encouraging their captain to take the review. We're waiting to see. That's the timer. Works its way down, and Rohit eventually calls for the review. So that one on a good length came into the batsman from outside the off stump, wrapped him on the pad. The umpire wasn't interested, but the India team certainly are.
Yes, indeed. It should be an interesting look, but it wants to appear as if it would have been safe here. Pitched outside, you don't want to figure, and maybe just missing. Umpire should be correct on this one.
Yeah, so we're just looking at the replay right now. It also looks a little bit high,
yes, indeed,
Jermaine.
for a tall person.
Alzari, yeah, he does have a little bit of height. It looks a little bit high as well. Ultra edge, we're seeing the ultra edge now from where we are. Certainly far from the edge of the bat. So it will depend now on exactly, I think, whether that delivery will be going over the wicket.
There's a little nudge there. Appears. Oh, okay, off the pad, that is.
Yeah, that's off the pad.
It should be not out.
So I think we all await ball tracker. There are two large screens here at the Central Broward County Stadium. All eyes are fixed on those screens. There's decision pending in red up on the screen right now as we finally get ball tracker on the monitor. It's pitching outside off. Impact is in line, and it's umpire's call.
Indeed,
it is in
height.
fact going over. So it's a question of height. A near thing, but it's umpire's call.
But we have to give umpires credit. That ball hit the top of the stump per se halfway up. So this is the umpire's judgment. It was a perfect call in terms of umpiring decision.
Yeah, so decision review.
Middle stump as well.
They'll retain that review as well. As Avish now into bowl to Joseph. And that one, good length. Joseph drives, good looking drive down to the offside. However, straight to the fielder.
And
No run. The score remains on 117 for 8.
I was just making a point because we tend to give umpires a lot of flack, especially when we see they make mistake. But whenever they make excellent decisions like that, a ball that is hitting, the top and middle stump, the ball is hitting halfway, it's, really a toughest call ever.
Well, umpire's call is still very controversial. So it's still being looked at as Joseph now, Joseph on strike, Avish into the right-handed. Joseph goes for an expansive pull, but it takes the bottom edge of the bat, trickles out to that fielder in mid-wicket. There'll be no run once more. Another dot ball. That's now 3 dot balls on the trot, 4 dot balls in the over. Avish just conceding 1, and it's really winding down with a bit of a whimper.
Yes, and this shows to me personally in terms of West Indies and even the T20 World Cup looking ahead, we need about the Andre Russells in this team. This is a very bowler all-rounder heavy team, and now that we need extra runs at the back, we do not have batsmen who can swing the bat.
So Avish once more into Joseph. This one is full, worked into the leg side, just I keep forward of that square leg position. They take a single, the end of the 16th over. It's 118 for 8. The target, of course, 192. India scored 191. Great over by Avish. Finishes his spell 2 for 17. That last over went for 2 runs, so exceptional performance by the youngster.
Yes, I mean, I'm smiling here because I said we a short while ago, arguably, naturally the West Indian background, but it should indeed be the West Indies. As journalists, we have to continue to be objective and calling the game in the middle, calling it in the balance, notwithstanding where we're from.
Considering what the score is, it's a good space to say you're being objective, right? I mean, otherwise you'd probably be crying, right?
Indeed.
So the needing a miracle right now. Joseph, he is on strike. Aksha Patel to finish off. He has overs of 2 for 40 to start the 17th over. Into the right-handed Joseph, and Joseph works that ball down to the long-on position. Gets an easy single, but India won't mind that at all. Takes the score to 119 for 8.
And just wrapping up, quickly that point. I'm from Jamaica. There are several Jamaicans and flags in the stands here, West Indies. Today is Jamaica Independence Day.
And happy Independence Day to all our Jamaican fans, all our Jamaican colleagues and countrymen who are listening to this broadcast. Your countrymen.
Yes,
Jimmy.
indeed.
Action now into the left-handed Dominic Drakes. This one, pitch up, Drakes goes across the line. Doesn't make contact with that ball. Trickles into the offside. The fielder from point runs across to do the fielding. There'll be no run. Another dot ball. It remains. The score remains on 119 for 8. Aksha Patel once more into Drakes. Drakes again tries to pull that delivery. Misses it. Crashes into his pad. Rishabh Pant just picks it up. Tosses it back to Aksha Patel. It's another dot ball. And again, 119 for 8. Aksha once more into Dominic Drakes. This one is wide, and it will be called wide. So finally, they have a run. That run is an extra. And the score finally moves on to 120 for 8 in 16.3. As Aksha once more into Drakes, and Drakes tries to pull him once more down the leg side. Doesn't appear to have made contact with anything. So it's another wide, consecutive wides.
Well, maybe they get a run from somewhere after all.
As we see Aksha Patel once more into the left-handed Drakes. And again, it's almost a repeat of the previous delivery. Did he get anything on that? We wait for the umpire's signal. He lifts the leg now. That will be leg buys. One more to the total, 122 for 8. They're crawling along when they need to be bounding along.
Yes, we're definitely in the bowlers. And these are bowling all-rounders, clearly struggling to bat.
Patel into Joseph. Nice shot, works it behind square to the fielder on the boundary. They jug through for a single. Takes a score on to 123 for 8 after 16.5.
And what is interesting, as we say, the West Indies team built towards the World Cup, is that both McCoy and Drakes bowl left on pace.
Patel, final ball of the 17 over into the left-handed Drakes, and he sweeps and sweeps well. Will it beat the fielder into the boundary? It does. Beats the fielder to that fine leg boundary, running across from backward square leg. Couldn't stop it. Makes good contact. Finally, Dominic Drakes gets a boundary. Takes the score onto 127 for 8 at the end of the 17th. So it's a boundary. Certainly has the West Indians smiling but is it a little too late?
Yeah, it's 65 runs to get is just too much of an ask, especially for bowlers, as the case may be. The fast bowlers here, with another fast bowler in the shed in terms of Obed Mccoy. No batting power. And as I say, rightfully, I mean, per se, as it relates to the World Cup coming up, this should be a concern, notwithstanding the series has now been lost for the West Indies in terms of how do they build, you know, is Andre Russell capable of coming back to add something, you know, but they need depth in batting. The bowlers are, you know, trying, but the batsmen are struggling.
Yeah, so 65 runs needed in just 3 overs, but with 8 wickets down, you think the West Indies they just don't have the players who can bring that home for them. The run rate required 21 per over. Ashdeep running in now to Alzari Joseph. That's a full delivery. Joseph lobs it up in the air, almost a catch. Is that Huda once more? It's Katic actually, almost a catch. Katic in that mid-off position drops just about a meter short of him, and they scamper through for a single, but almost a 9th wicket down there.
Yeah, definitely. The Indian fans here who came out for this fixture would have been pleased. You know, many of them perhaps would have maybe wanted a cliffhanger because it's always good in terms of for the adrenaline rush. But this has turned out, to be, a walk in the park.
So Ashdeep once more into the left-handed Drake's a good delivery, full, and he's bowled him. He's bowled him. Beautiful Yorker by Ashdeep went right through Dominic Drake's. He knew nothing about that delivery. Classy delivery. And all he could do was just walk after hearing that death rattle behind him. 128 for 9 now. And the West Indies, I think is that the fat lady in the corner I see singing?
Definitely. I mean, it was that struggle coming into the over with needing 20 per over per se. It would have been asking a lot for all-rounders to begin with, much less bowlers. So now it's, really down to the tail enders, which is almost invariably an impossible task, at the international level. So the West Indies are likely to concede this game and go down 3-1 in the series.
And concede the series. Now, we have Obed Mccoy walking to the wicket. The required rate is over 22. So do you think that even the most optimistic West Indies fan at this point will be thinking they can win it?
That's
22. One wicket left?
That's asking a lot, my friend. It's too much to get, and you could see as per some of the fans, walking through the turnstile already. It's a muted end to what otherwise would have been a good fixture. Invariably, 160 is a par score game in T20. 140 in the favor, definitely of the batting team. 180 in favor of the bowling team.
And as we look at that replay again, that delivery by Ashdeep, you see the swing, the reverse swing in Dominic Drake's brilliant delivery, would have troubled any batsman. Ashdeep now into the left-handed Obed Mccoy, full delivery. McCoy drives the fielder, can't be the fielder, but the possibility of an overthrow, but they don't even bother to go for it.
Your optimistic speech earlier was just thrown out the window in terms of that swing by McCoy showed that he's not necessarily a capable batsman. I put it to you.
That's what you're saying about the real McCoy.
Yeah, it seems to be a little bit of rabbit, but let's see.
So Ashdeep also with really commendable figures, 2.3 overs, 2 for 12. He'll be looking for his 3rd wicket as well, has all the opportunity in the world. The West Indies, they're continuing a very worrying trend of being bowled down in white ball cricket. Ashdeep, that one is full and up to Obed Mccoy. There's a big appeal and he's given out. The umpire raises his fingers. That one hit him flush on the toe. I imagine they have an appeal, so they will use the appeal. But the bowler seemed pretty confident. He was hit, I think, Jermaine Plum. So they will review. So we'll wait to see if anything. They'll have to depend, I think, on that ball heading down to the legs.
But what a dismissal, or what a delivery, and what a situation. Because Obed didn't look like he saw that ball. That ball just came throttling into his legs. It is now whether or not, it would have hit a leg stump. We're looking at the review here. It look like it's angling down. It's going to miss.
Yeah, it actually looks like he's struck outside leg stump.
Yes.
So I think this game will continue for a little bit longer. But what another extraordinary delivery. Ashdeep Singh, he's really working up some momentum. He's running in. Left arm bowler, bowling with pace. That ball swinging, moving in to the left-handed batsman. It's a really very difficult to negotiate out there. And India, they've got their tails up.
Yes, indeed, and it goes to show this is another of India's players who are looking to arguably cement, Archdeep, spotting the team for the T20 World Cup. The Zimbabwe affair comes up shortly, as well as South Africa and Australia goes to India before the T20 World Cup in Australia. So he's one bowler who's putting up his hand so far. Yeah,
and I was saying, Jermaine, continuing a very worrying trend of the West Indies white ball team being bowled down, and we've seen it happen too often. And very worrying as well, their T20 team, and just 20 overs being bowled down on too many occasions. There's very well the possibility of that happening here again if these two batsmen, and they may as well bat through to the end.
What I'm seeing here, just to wrap up, as we know, we don't know how soon the innings might close, is that the West Indies have a lot of youngsters and up-and-coming and emerging players, but they are losing out on the fact that they have little experience. With the Bravos retiring, the Gales, the Kyron Pollards, the Russells out, the Narines. The team is in a big middle transition. And one has to hope that maybe Russell and Narayan can make themselves available for the World Cup, etc. Because this team, while talented and youthful, they need a guidance, they need experience, they need proper finishers, proper batsmen, proper bowlers to help make them into a competitive team.
I take your point, Jermaine, and I certainly think Nicholas Puran as well, young captain, he was handed the reins. He's going to be under a lot of pressure as well. Is it the position you want to have Puran in? Again, that is something left for the pundits to discuss and really pontificate on after the game, as Ashdeep runs in once more to the left-handed Obed Mccoy. Another really good delivery, full just outside the off stump. McCoy swings, misses the ball through to Rishabh Pant. Another dot ball, 128 for 9. The score remains.
Another excellent dead bowling delivery there on the part of Singh. But again, it shows up for what it is worth, how inadequate the batsman McCoy is as it relates to good pace, because he saw that very late. Almost the bat came down when the ball passed, as per the one that hit his leg. So he's definitely not one the West Indies should be looking forward to.
But I will tell you, the way Ashdeep Singh is bowling,
yes,
he would trouble any recognized batsman. Once more into Obed Mccoy. This one a bit too full. McCoy can't put it away. Tries to swing across the line. Instead, I think the ball hit the bat rather than the bat hitting the ball. Just trickled on to the offside. And no run once more. And Ashdeep wraps up his third over with 4 dots. It's 2 for 12. The West Indies after 18 overs. 128 for 9. Chasing 192 to win. And that's the latest score at the Central Broward Regional Complex.
Yes, indeed. Challenging situation whereby the West Indies have not put up their hand. The series was there for the leveling, and arguably, with a little bit of luck for the taking, comes tomorrow for the 5th game that also plays here at Broad. But right now, it's over and dusty.
So you made an interesting point, Jermaine. So we saw a couple of the batsmen get really good starts. Nicholas Puran got a good start. Robman Powell was off well. Shimron Hetmeyer, they just could not continue. And, that is something certainly that the coach and the staff are going to have to be looking at.
You say continue, but I thought the game turned at Puran, to be honest. Puran, he came in, had hit 3 sixes, looked the part,
So who does the new bowler in? His first ball to Alzari Joseph. Joseph just works it down to that mid-wicket boundary. So takes a single, the first ball of the 19th over, carries the score onto 128 for 9.
Yeah, so that Puran dismissal, I believe, that run out between him and Mayers after he started and looked so positive would have arguably set up this innings much better. But he got dismissed at a crucial stage when he was looking all ready for this game as a captain to take it into a 5th game, but it didn't happen.
Very much the key wicket as Huda in now to bowl to McCoy. McCoy has a swing at that one, makes contact, but not the kind of contact he would have wanted. Goes down to that long off area where there's just a single to be had. The score moves on to 130 for 9.
Yeah, so that last, off Puran, Hetmeyer came in. He was there for a few deliveries.
Who then once more, Jermaine, to Alzari Joseph, and he's bowling pretty quickly. Joseph pushes that ball down to the backward point position, picks up another single, 131 for 9. And the truth is, at this point, you'll probably take these two batsmen remaining not out.
You're so hung up on not being bowled out, aren't you?
Huda once more into McCoy. McCoy swings this time at a ball that was outside his leg stump but does not make contact. Comes off the pad, trickles into the offside, no run.
Yeah, but it's neither here nor there whether or not they remain.
Huda once more into Obed McCoy. This one is on his stump. He swings at this up in the air but falls between the two fielders on the offside. To be honest, neither made a real effort, I think, to go after it because I think the game is pretty much done and dusted. They do get an easy single, 132 for 9.
Yes, just going through the paces
Yes.
are the Indian players.
Huda in now to Joseph. Joseph pushes it into the offside. Fielder picks it up. There'll be no run. So we've managed to get past the 19th over. Can we survive the final over? Can we avoid another situation where the West Indies are bowled down in a 20-over game? I think that should be the goal right now. I certainly think that should be what these two batsmen are looking at. Unless they can score 10 runs a ball in this final over. Never seen it done before, but it is cricket.
Sunil, you seem to be very, hung up. You're clutching arguably at straws.
That's
It
not
is
even
sad.
straws, Jimmy. You're giving me credit.
It is sad that the game has petered out the way it has because this West Indies team is capable of challenge, especially this. One would argue maybe the second string Indian team because they left out some key players as well as some key players are back home in India.
And let's be fair, it's not a terrible batting wicket. Ashdeep into Obed McCoy's bowled him, and that's the end of the innings. I did not get to harvest those straws I was grasping at. I did not get to say that the West Indies avoided being bowled out because they have not. Obed McCoy again, Ashdeep Singh, an excellent delivery, full swinging into the left-handed Obed McCoy, and once more Ashdeep Singh hitting those stumps. The West Indies, well, they're all out, and they concede the series, Jermaine.
Yes, indeed. Losing by 60 runs, one would say on a canter because they were never into the game after losing those early wickets of Brandon King, Mayers, Puran. Hetmeyer in the middle tried to bring it back, but he's just coming back into the international game after being out due to fitness issues. He's still not in a rhythm. He couldn't have, mustered up what it takes to help, tee up the game for the lower order and the bowlers to perhaps try and bring it home. And for what it is worth, India performed particularly well. Their bowlers coming through, and they have delivered here, not only on this fourth match, but also on claiming the series 3-1 now, which makes the game fifth and final game tomorrow here at the Burrard County Stadium, a rubber affair.
Yeah, and I think that has really made a big difference. I think the Indian bowlers, the Indian bowlers really, they really showed some class. Ashdeep Singh, he bowled beautifully, he bowled brilliantly. That last ball swinging so much it actually hit the base of the leg stump, but it may have been Obed McCoy, but any recognized batsman would have found it very hard to negotiate Ashdeep Singh today. So the West Indies once more being bowled out, all out in 19.1 overs. Brandon King, he made in 8 balls. He was caught and bowled by Avish Khan. Kyle Myers, he made 14 in 16 balls. He was caught by Huda after bowling of Patel. Devon Thomas, he just got to 1 before he held out to Huda after bowling of Avish Khan. Nicholas Puran, now we thought he was going to do something really special. He started off on a special note, 24 off 8 balls, and then inexplicably took off down the wicket when the run was never there, easily run out, left stranded in the middle. And at that point, as you said, I think certainly the turning point, Jermaine, Rodman Powell, he came out, hit some good shots as well, scored 24, was scored Huda. Huda was very busy in the field today, bowled Patel. Hetmeyer, he could only go for 19 off 19 balls before he was bowled by the spin of Bishnoi. Jason Holder scored 13 off 9 balls before he held out to Samson off the bowling of Ashdeep. And this is where Ashdeep, I think, really tore into the lower order. Akil Hussain, he was caught by Yadav for 3 off the bowling of Bishnoi. Dominic Drakes bowled by a swinging Ashdeep Yorker for 5. And Alzari Joseph, he remained not out for 6 because Obed McCoy was also bowled by a swinging Ashdeep Yorker for 2. The West Indies all out for 132, losing by 61 runs. And it's certainly not the kind of preparation you'd want to have going into the World Cup.
I would want to ask one question though, in terms of the selectors and the coaching staff, in terms of the starting 11 they played today. Did they get it right? Why? There are two invariably more batting side all-rounders in the team, in Romario Shepherd as well as Odin Smith. They took the decision to play the more bowling all-rounders in terms of Dominic Drakes, one would argue, and McCoy, who's definitely leading now. Shepherd, who is a big hitter. The team really didn't have a backup when the top order failed. And you ask the question, is it that they are just trying to give Dominic Drakes and others opportunities? As evidenced by the bowling, Dominic did bowl that over, the final over, as well as the back end, and did bowl well. But, is it testing players and losing the series? Or they should have played their better team, particularly as it relates to getting the batting and not just playing such a bowler-heavy unit?
Well, Jermaine, I'll tell you, tomorrow's too late because having lost today, they would have conceded the series today, but it's a very good point. In fact, I think a lot of people were surprised not to have seen Romario Shepherd, at least in this team. Odin Smith as well. I mean, he certainly has the potential, and this is, as it's turned out to be, a decent batting track. The truth is that I think too many mistakes led to key West Indies batsmen losing their wicket in this innings. They showed that they could hit the ball. I think certainly Perance, Powell as well. They showed that they could play on this pitch. They could hit the ball. But then, the manner in which they were out really set us back. And I think certainly we even not playing those players, I think we had the firepower to win this game.
But what has struck out to me, notwithstanding the analysis that we're doing here, is that Hussain comes in at, I believe, number 7. As good as he is with the ball and capable as he with the bat, Hussain, West Indies cannot afford to have a Hussain coming in at 7. Worst case, he should be coming in at 8, and maybe in an ideal case at 9 when they have your team well set. But he batting just behind Holder there. It's all inside all-rounder batting at 7. Your team is batting short. Romario Shepherd or Dean Smith, one or the other or both should have been in this unit.
So West Indies, I'm not sure how much difference it would have made in the end. West Indies losing
perhaps
by 59
closer
runs
to the score,
and losing the series. The final T20 is here at the Central Broward Regional Complex tomorrow. So do join us again. Pending the weather tomorrow, we should have a start time of 10:30 a.m. And the West Indies will be looking to end on a positive note. I suspect, Jermaine, I imagine, having wrapped up the series, we may very well see India give some more of their young players a run out tomorrow.
And definitely the same for the West Indies. It should be their C teams now that plays tomorrow. I mean, largely speaking in terms of. But if you're perhaps a West Indian, maybe the selectors or a real diehard critic, you'd want to perhaps see the series as a developmental one. West Indies play New Zealand this week in Jamaica, as well as around the Caribbean, both in ODIs and T20s. And then, there's a CPL, the Caribbean Premier League, that comes up shortly after around the region. These are opportunities that players who would have gotten a little taste of the West Indies cricket, or more taste in terms of the newcomers, they have an opportunity to note, to take it, go back to the regional CPL, do some match-winning polynetics per se, and come back, hopefully later in the year, and go to Australia, and who knows, maybe pull off a few surprises.
Jermaine Lanneman, let me thank you so much. And let me say on behalf of the entire commentary team, Mr. Vinod Mamchan, Dr. Nilesh Mehta, Peter De La Peña, myself, Sunil Ramdeen, our technical crew headed by Roddy Lalman. It was our pleasure spending these last few hours with you, and I know for our Indian fans, it was certainly a pleasure for you as well. For West Indies fans, probably would have looked for a different result. But certainly, the action is back on tomorrow, 10:30, and we will be coming to you live once more from the Central Broward Regional Complex. Do have a great afternoon.